Alright, greetings everyone, and welcome to the MindTour Gaming stream. As tonight on Mondays, we play Beyond Forgotten Realms here on MindTour Gaming. And so far, we've led a group of individuals helping a man by the name of Zan Badrin that led the Grey Lantern Huntsman on a hunt for a bounty. Liv Shana, an escaped prisoner from the Wayloon prison within Cormyr. They tracked her down through means of help of one of their Eladrin companions here, Kazuhata. And unfortunately, along the way, their current position, they had to strike a deal with Liv Shana to bring back their companion Zan Badrin and bringing him back to life after he was assaulted by a number of kobolds, a strange draconic-like creature, wingless, but nonetheless not as dangerous as perhaps a real dragon, but this draconic creature took Zan's life as the group rested within the Inn of Battle Rise. They woke up to the sounds, well, most of them woke up to the sounds of an explosion outside as the caravan was assaulted by fiery magic, taking out most of the caravan, even Zan, as Alokian and Belkin rushed downstairs to see Zan being torn to pieces by this draconic creature. And then soon behind was Corvin taking up the rear to come out and fight, even within the rage that was welling up inside of him after seeing his probably only earthly friend being ripped to shreds by this creature. The fight ensued. Kobolds died. The cultist of what they believe the cult of the dragon also slain. But one kobold fleeing north, believing to be fleeing towards the ruins of Battle Rise. The next day, an investigation of what transpired there, asking around town what had happened, what people may know about Caleb, the stable hand that had appeared to have fled on Nero, Corvin's newly purchased warhorse. They gather the things and prepare for what's ahead of them, as they have quite a few decisions to make. We'll go ahead and start with, this time, Belkin. Does Belkin have any insights that you would like to add, or even share with your party about what he thinks or what's going on? Oh, I'm being delivered my potion.
Nice.
I'm told it's spider's venom tonight, so if I drop dead, you guys know why.
Yes, I saw ya.
Spider's venom is high in protein.
Oh wow, it actually has a nice little bite. Thank you so much, potion seller. We appreciate it. Oh, looks like you have a companion there that's helping you with the potions tonight. Thank you so much. All right. So Belkin, does Belkin have any insight to add or share with the party?
Belkin might be the only guy that might think that bringing back Zan was a good idea. There's too many variables. He is a gambling man, and he gets that, but he gambles with his own life or whatever, not other people's. So he's not sure if bringing back Zan was the best idea, especially having Liv Shana do it.
Liv Shana's involvement.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, after striking the deal, she vanished. So no telling where she is. All right. Corvin. Does Corvin have any feelings? I'm sure he has many of what's going on.
I don't know. He's kind of angry at everybody. Not everybody, but definitely angry at Kaz for sure, because he feels like he's kind of started all this with the Cult of the Dragon. Yeah, just frustrated at this point. He just doesn't know why this is all happening. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a lot of anger in him at this moment.
A running trend.
Yes.
Elokian.
Yeah, so Alokian was obviously very worried about Zan, shocked to see that he had fallen. Was happy to bring Zan back at the cost of letting Livshana go, because he didn't. Well, he's, obviously a bounty hunter for Zan. He still values life over money. But yeah, it brought in some morality questions as far as being a follower of Ilmater. Was bringing him back causing him more suffering, or would letting him stay dead be fine? Who knows? So a little bit of internal conflict there for Alokian. Overall, still happier that Zan is back alive versus dead, which I suppose is a little selfish. But yeah, letting Livshana go was not a big deal for him. But he understands the concern that Belkin voiced, and yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess.
Indeed, we will. And again, so for everyone in the stream, let's give a very well happy birthday to our Alokian friend here. Happy birthday, Alokian.
Thank you very much. I am 30 today. I'm officially old.
He's 30 again this year.
Now,
just for the first time. That's next year. I'll be 30 again.
Now, I know Kaz wasn't with us in the flesh last game. Does anyone want to give him, the player, any insight before we begin that maybe Kaz should know?
Yeah, you're gonna die. You're gonna die this game. Writing up a new character to work on that.
Okay.
All right.
I have a couple things that he probably would know at this point, and
Okay.
I know you maybe listened to the video, but the cultist that was with the kobolds name was Thomas Rain. He actually traded a lot in the town of Battle Rise. And he has a camp west of town. That's something that we're gonna probably look out for at some point. But yeah, that's kind of an important point, I think.
All right. And if not anything else, we'll go ahead and get started. So, to set the stage, Kaz, as we'll go with a small little flashback here. As you kneel there on the bed, sword drawn, laid out before you, hands touching this cold steel, as you sit there and begin your trance, continuing the routine of memorizing those arcane signs and languages, the arcane markings across your blade that's etched in finely. You study them through your trance. And your consciousness is pulled again as you feel that similar scratch. You feel a presence lingering in the back of your mind. that hasn't left since you left that underground keep. Whatever place that was, still lingering in your mind. A pale green light crosses the horizon as if there's a star slowly pulling and breaking through the darkness of your trance. As if you were opening your eyes for the first time, getting brighter and brighter, until you hear the sounds of voices emanating all around you, sourceless, but echoing, unable to hear or understand the words being spoken, but nonetheless, you feel as if they're speaking to you. And then finally, the light gets bright enough, the pale green light gets bright enough to encompass the entire darkness that you're in. You feel your feet touch the ground, your booted feet feel stone beneath you. As you look around, your hand gets tugged as before you, apparating through this pale green light, is a somewhat beautiful woman dressed in a light green gown, possibly for some ball or human attire, but with your studies you can tell this isn't, whatever she's wearing isn't of this day and age, possibly future or past, you're not quite sure. And this pale woman has light brown, dirty blonde hair that cascades down past her shoulders. She's taking your hand and looking into your eyes. The sound of music slowly begins to emanate around you. "Thank you for coming," she says, as still those other voices around you, you can hear them, but she's the only one that you can make out. As the sound of music rises, she takes your other hand. "I'm sure the other nobles will be proud of what you've done." And she begins to try to lead you towards what looks like a growing dance floor as other ghostly figures begin to dance about this circular chamber. As you're questioning yourself and you're looking around, the floor begins to come into view as for what it is, as the light pulls away. A dull green, dark stone, etched and marked beautifully. The sphere-like walls begin to apparate around you as well as pillars in the center of what this ballroom you're standing in appears. Then at the back side of the room is a large sculpture of a heavily armored humanoid figure with a heavy cloak that's kind of wisping around its body and a spear in hand. It's standing nobly above the entire ballroom floor. And she begins to pull you in between these ghostly figures, almost asking and begging you to come. We must hurry.
I am no noble. Who are you?
She laughs and smiles. Don't play like that. You know who I am. Her hair, she turns and her hair kind of just wisps around her body as if she's floating in water. And she pulls away, letting go of your hand and moving into the center of the dance floor as the sound of music grows dull slightly as you question.
What am I doing here?
You're here with me, as I am with you. And again, you feel that slight scratch in the back of your mind, the back of your head. We can do so much. I know what you desire. As she stops in the center of the dance floor, you still hear the sounds of people talking and the music, but it's all as if it's just dulled.
You
But
know what it is that I desire, and you believe it to be this.
As the ghostly figures dance around her, this is the beginning. This is my time.
No. This is the end. I've been done with all of this.
Is this
You
not
do
what
not
you
know me at all.
wish?
You do not know me at all, woman.
To bring them down?
Not as one of them.
No. But sometimes we have to play the game. To get close. To truly make a difference.
What is it you're after?
I am after you to release me. And as she says that, her body shifts again to pale green, scaled skin, sharp features, snake-like heads begin to coil out of her hair as the hair falls to the floor. I'm still waiting. The ghostly figure's still dancing about her. I know what it is you want, what you wish to destroy, and what you wish to bring forth. I see your thoughts. I know what you think and feel, and I can make it happen.
Well then, that does make two of us. I hope you are patient. Whatever you are, you will be waiting a long, long time.
Very well. And then slowly the music dies, fades away. Her pale body still floating in there as the floor, the walls all dissipate as well. The only light within that darkness of your consciousness is her. She floats there as if still within water, the back of your mind. And you push on back towards your trance. And the next day comes. And again, for those of you that had any dealings with Kaz the next day, there was something off about him as well as Zan. So the group of you gather your things, get your horses, and finally Herb brings out the horses saddled and ready. And he also brings out one of the other war horses that were for sale. This one has the large, heavy braids across its mane and a dark brown in color. It seems like one of the heavier steeds as far as its strength goes. Or probably expecting that you may have to fight, he probably brought out the strongest of the remaining warhorses. But also the gray-colored warhorse that is a Lokian's, Herb brings by and hands the reins off to each of you, as well as your two other horses that pull the caravan. He brings out and ties up. Well, if there's anything else that I can do for you before you go, I know you've had breakfast, but what about some food for the road? Perhaps an ale or two? Yes?
No, I think we must be going.
Very well then.
So, where are we going first? The castle?
That was our biggest read. This.
I mean, it's the closest, at least. I don't know if it's the biggest.
What was the other option?
The camp?
The
What's the
camp
other
of
option? But we don't know where it's at. We should know it's west. So,
That's right. We gotta look for that guy.
Yeah.
And then the stable boy is missing as well.
yeah. I'm kind of hoping the stable boy, he's at the castle or the camp. But
If
Yeah,
you
I
find
don't-
if you find Caleb, please bring him back, as we agreed.
of course, we will try. All right. Shall we go to the
S-
castle then?
Zan kind of sighs and takes the brown horse and leads it over towards Kaz and Belkin. You can use this one. He'll do well, and he heads back over to the darker gray horse and hops on. He still seems sluggish. You can tell Zan's normally very methodical in his movements and whatnot, but he seems like he's had like a long night of drinking or something. He's tired from everything. Perhaps dying might be an
But-
issue. Might do it, but he gets on his horse as well. Looks back towards the rubble of the remains of the wreckage of the caravan. Perhaps I'll come along and try my best to do what I can to help. Part of this is my fault as well. So,
Right.
what do the group of you do?
Guess we're
Towards
heading
the
north.
castle then.
All right. So there's a northern road that leads to Battle Rise. It's a bit overgrown from unuse, and you were told that was the direction to the ruins of Battle Rise itself. So you begin to head that way. The road is unkept, so there's tall grass, brambles, and briars that are kind of grown over the trees. The low branches kind of cover a lot of the roadway here as you head in the northern direction towards the ruins of Battle Rise. What is your marching order, and is anyone doing anything particular along the way?
I would assume that Corvin and I would lead.
I'll be probably 30 feet behind everyone else. On the way out, is there somewhere that I could have stopped to pick up some fine ink and paper?
Across the street was the general store for the Battle Rise. Perhaps there's some in there. They were open.
Okay. I'll want to make a stop, and
Okay.
if no one else wants to wait, then I'll just catch up.
Does your companions wait for you to grab some ink and paper?
Yeah, we probably wait.
Yeah, I might wait a minute. Probably won't take long.
All right.
I appreciate it. I won't be long.
Okay. So you go ahead and go inside of the general store. Inside, you see a woman that is currently in there behind what looks like a desk in leisure. She's counting some things on and some coin that's currently on the desk. As she sees you enter, she does look up. She's dressed in what looks like a blue colored work clothes with a brown leather apron. Her black hair kind of tied up into a bun behind her head currently, and some small glasses. She pushes the glasses up. Oh, good afternoon. How can we help you?
To you as well. I am looking to procure fine ink and parchment.
Let me go see what we have. Anything in particular you need it for?
Yes,
And does it matter what it's made of?
scribing the arcane.
Let me see if we have something, any of that left. We don't tend to carry too much of that high quality of vellum, but perhaps we have some. How much do you need?
Hmm. I think it's 100 gold for a second level spell, if memory serves correct.
Okay,
So yeah, 100 gold worth.
100 gold. Okay. She heads in you tell her about the quantities that you need for your paper, for your spell book, and she heads into the back. A few moments later, she comes out with a bundle of rolled up parchment and lays it out on the counter there. It looks like we have just over 100 gold worth, if that's what you need. And she puts out a couple vials of ink as well.
Wonderful. Yes, the 100 gold worth would be.
All right, and she begins to count out the parchment that you need and stacks it in front of you. Well, are you with the caravan that seemed to have issues last night?
Unfortunately for them, yes.
She kind of does a half chuckle, not sure if you're joking or not. Well, I'm sorry to hear about what had happened. But if you need anything else, we're here. And she slides over the rest of the paper.
Thank you very much.
You put the gold on the counter as well.
I'll put
Alright.
the gold on the counter. As I do, my hair will fall just slightly more in front of my face to cover both eyes, and I'll turn and exit.
And not too long after Kaz goes inside, he does come back out.
I have procured all that I require. Thank you for your patience. Shall we be off?
Yes, let's go.
All right. So the group of you begin to head through the overgrown road towards Battle Rise. You can see the ruins, some of the ruins of Battle Rise, especially during the day, from this distance. It's only about 10 miles. No, not 10. About 2 miles north of the small hamlet that you're in. So you can see through the haze of even the day the bits of ruins that stand out above the tree line. But you begin to head that way. And those of you that are keeping an eye out, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Thanks, man.
20.
12 for me, 22 for Tomoe.
Okay. Tomoe doesn't She doesn't notice anything as far as what you would give her as commands to look out for. She doesn't notice anything like that. The way ahead on the road seems fairly clear, so she's not giving you any imminent danger feelings or anything like that. So, Corvin, as you're leading ahead, you can tell that something did head in this direction along the road. You can see what looks like small claw marks along the road leading both north and south. You also see a number of other footprints, booted footprints, heading north and south, as well as one heavy horse heading north.
I think we're heading in the right direction. I feel like this is where they came from, and this is where they went, along with the boy as well. So be cautious. I don't know if we want to, as we get closer, maybe send in our sneaky people before we head in.
All right. So Battle Rise itself is on a rocky outcropping, like a large rocky hill. It's fairly high. It's at its peak probably about 25 feet high on some sides. At the lowest, probably about 15. So it has somewhat of a rocky cliff face surrounding it. It doesn't take you too long, probably about 20 minutes or so, to get close enough to where you can see the tree line opens up around Battle Rise. There's some small outcroppings of trees here and there that break up the grassy field that's here, full of briars and kind of wet, mucky swamp area around Battle Rise. But it stands up above all of that. Some of the Battle Rise itself is made up of all sorts of different ruined buildings, each made of wood, some of stone, some are just completely crumbled, some have just burnt to char and crisp. And you see vines growing up on some of the ruins there. And that place is also pretty unkept. But at this point, you're breaking this tree line on the road and heading more into an open area. There's one of the stone buildings. Looks like at one time it was probably a high tower, but the top of the tower had crumbled, and it's only about half of it is left. But it's full of other buildings that are dilapidated and in ruin. As you do break the tree, do you break the tree line, or do you want to send someone ahead like you said? It's probably about 150 feet ahead.
What do you all think?
From this vantage point, you can roll a perception check if you're looking out to see if you can see if anything's there.
I can send Cloud. And Tomoe, we can send Tomoe. And Cloud. Just to scout out ahead.
That seems like a good idea.
I'm always happy to go along, and I tell her to keep Cloud safe. Let me know if you do see anything that shouldn't be.
So you're going to send the juvenile Tressum that's untrained in any orders out to scout ahead.
You're never going to see the cat again.
Perfect.
Yes, I am.
All right.
Listen, this is a trust exercise.
What do you tell Cloud to do? And what do you tell Tomoe to do?
So, to Cloud, I will use the Furbolg Beast speech to tell Cloud, listen, we're going to need you to scout ahead. go out a little bit further from us and see if there's any danger. And then you come back. It's very important that you come back and report to me what you might have seen. Can you do that?
She begins to purr and nuzzle up against you as you're speaking to her. Probably didn't listen to half of the words that came out of your mouth. Roll a animal handling check for me.
Ooh, wow, that was loud. That would be a 12.
Okay. After nuzzling against you, she opens her wings and leaps from your lap and then just glides down. She doesn't quite fly. She tries a flap and glides down to the ground, gets her wings close up against her body and gets low. And then her eyes dart to the left as she sees something and she leaps into the grass. What is Tomoe's orders?
I'll have Tomoe move ahead, and I'll mentally think to keep an eye out, but keep your focus on Cloud and make sure Cloud stays safe.
Okay. Tomoe does another circle around the group as you give her commands.
Perception 19.
Okay. She does a circle over the group, and you get no feeling of danger imminent or ahead as she's keeping an eye out for both Cloud and the group of you. How long do you wait for your intrepid familiars to head out and try to find anything?
10 minutes?
10 minutes? Okay.
Definitely, Tomoe, definitely not 10 minutes.
Right.
Out and back 60 seconds, and then keeping an eye on Cloud.
Alright. Yep. So Tomoe
Take
does...
however long it takes to get my cat back.
Alright. It takes about... so Tomoe goes up, looks ahead a little bit. She doesn't notice anything and returns. She doesn't go quite that far either. And returns and continues to watch Cloud. And she begins to head a little bit to the west as she's watching Cloud. And probably about 5 minutes or so passes as Cloud comes back from the grass and rushes over towards Alokian and drops a small deer mouse, headless, on the ground near him, and just begins to meow, 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 up at you, Alokian.
Excellent job.
So she did not come back empty-handed, and she did pretty well in following your simple directions. Perhaps your being able to speak to her, to being able to understand you as well, probably did pretty good. And
This
she
will make
seems
a wonderful meal for you later.
She seems very proud of her her hunt.
Yes, I'll call her up to my shoulder, and I'll give her lots of pets.
All right, yeah, she
Good job.
leaps
You did
back up
wonderful.
and climbs up the leather strap and gets back up next to you.
You did well too, Tomoe.
But both Tomoe and Cloud not seeing any imminent danger beyond deer mice.
I'll walk up to Alokian and say, "'Tis well Cloud found that mouse. Now we know it is not a familiar."
Yes, the danger is gone. The threat eliminated.
Yes. Let us keep an eye out, however, for birds. And I'll chuckle and move forward.
All right. So we're heading up to the castle, to the ruins.
That would be the plan.
All right.
All right. So the group of you head up to the ruins of Battle Rise as the road heads up towards the western side of Battle Rise and then circles into the ruins itself. It also looks like it breaks off eastern, and there's a smaller side road that leads up to Battle Rise. You see a number of piles of rubble, stone, wood, broken branches. Looks like at one time someone actually piled up a lot of the debris that was in the area in a couple different piles. But there are some of the buildings that have partial walls still standing in the ruins itself. But you see no signs of anyone currently. As you head up the road, it curves around. Do you take the smaller road or the larger main road?
Probably the smaller road, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So y'all get in line on your horses and begin to head up the smaller road that goes onto the side that just curves around the southern side of Battle Rise and into the ruins itself. Here, as you do go up that road, it's muddy. There's no stones or anything on that road. But here, as you turn around the corner of and wrap around onto the top of Battle Rise on this rocky hillock that's there, you see the stone structure to the left of that small path. Half of it's intact. This is the tower that had crumbled. It still has most of its lower walls, as one of the lower walls looks like it had fallen in, but the rubble had been removed probably not too long ago. Here you can see a lot of the stone and wood. Some of it's old, and even much of it is even older than that. So it looks like it had been built and repaired from time to time, but not so much recently. You do see signs of broken spears in the dirt, arrows still rusting, their heads rusting across some of the stones stuck inside of the buildings, signs of scorch marks and burns, perhaps even some explosions happening here and there across the buildings in this area. You even see pieces of probably old chainmail or even plate armor that was torn asunder. A good bit of scraps of leather rotting over time. There's definitely battle that had happened here at one time. Ahead of you, the path continues. There's the stone structure to your left, and to either the left and the right of this small path, looks like it leads to a cobblestone path road, probably small road or path that's inside of Battle Rise itself. Battle Rise doesn't seem like it's very big. It probably was a tall keep at one time. Whatever walls that they had or palisades that were here are long gone. The only thing that's left behind is probably some of the buildings that people had tried to make from the rubble a few times, but had failed for whatever reason.
Remind me again. We're on the hunt for the kobolds, right? That's our lead. at the moment?
Well, there was a kobold that had escaped from your battle that night after Zan
Mhm.
was killed. And then apparently Caleb is also missing and a warhorse, Nero.
Yes.
And from the tracks we saw, it looks like this is where.
You did
This is where they
see
all
you
went.
did see heavy horse prints leading this way. Now you weren't trying to keep an eye on the prints, unless you were. You just let me know. Roll a survival check for that.
No, I don't think it was.
Yep. Otherwise, you're not quite sure if they went all the way here or not. You can look for prints if you wish, as you're entering Battle Rise, the ruins. Go ahead and roll another perception check.
17.
Okay.
Let's see. 18.
Okay. So both of you can tell as you're entering the ruins of the Battle Rise among some of the area here is still damp and wet from the rains, and especially because this is part of the vast swamp. You can tell that you can see some of the dirt has been disturbed in and around the area of these ruins, as you see small scrapes and claw marks. You do see a couple older boot prints here and there that seem to be washed away from some of the rain that was fairly recently, a couple days ago. But some of those claw marks look fairly fresh as far as prints go. And these are smaller, not like a large creature, but something bipedal and moving around this area. Now, as far as signs of any of these creatures, you don't see anything currently. But they go in and out of these ruins. And beyond the ruins that are just in the vicinity of where you are currently, there are more ahead.
Should we move in on the horses or get off and move in slowly? What do you all think?
So war horses. They are meant for battle.
It's true, but I don't think they're meant for stealth at all.
Well, between you and I, stealth isn't a great option anyways.
Yes, but between them it is. I think getting the surprise is always better.
Very well. We can park the horses.
What do you two think?
I think I feel way too tall on this horse. I'm not used to it.
Who are you riding with, by the way, Belkin? I think we only have 4
I-
horses, so
I'll say Corbin. Oh, since I saw the tracks too, Corbin with me. So,
Okay.
yes.
Corvin. Zan says, I mean, one of us probably should stay with them just in case. I can stay. I'm not really feeling up to delving into ruins right now. Anyway.
Stick around.
Understandable.
Watch over the horses.
Zan pulls his to the side and finds an old fence or something and begins to tie it up against it. Bring them over here. There's a low tree that's fairly young, but you can tie the horses probably to that just fine. So each of you bring your horses over to Zan and tie them up. And he looks at you. Just be careful.
All right.
Stay together. He says as the group of you are leaving him with the horses.
I mean, Alokian, if you'd like to take your horse, you can.
No, no, no. Would make
I
sense
am-
for me to be on the horse while everyone's walking.
I am happy to scout ahead if need be.
And
Yeah, perhaps we send you two ahead. See what you see. We'll stay a little ways away from Zan.
All right. So we'll have Belkin and Kaz move ahead. Would you wish to proceed stealthily? Go ahead and
Yeah.
roll stealth for me.
you got it.
Stealthy boy, 16.
Stealthy boy. Hopefully, I'm even more stealthy. Halfling what?
Oh, first one of the night. It's looking good.
Oh, come on, click. There you go. Oh, sorry. 13.
13. Okay. So both of you begin to move ahead. So you have a few options here. There's a number of ruins here. It looks like there's some smaller buildings. There's the ruin small tower that's there. And there's further in to the ruins of Battle Rise there. What would you wish to go and check out?
If I wanted to hide out, I think I would want to go in the least dilapidated building.
Okay.
Yes.
So currently there's a building to the right. It looks like somewhat of a longer building. The front of it looks like it was exploded inward at one time. But it does seem to have like 3 walls and even partial roof. And then to the left, there's also that crumbled tower that's there.
Tully,
What are you feeling, Kaz?
I will check out the tower. Check out the other.
Okay.
I'll keep Tomoe a good like 60 to 100 feet in front of me at any given time.
Okay.
Just keep up the communication.
All right. The tower's not too far from where your current position is, just about 30 feet or so. So you begin to head towards that tower, and then Belkin, you begin to go towards the longer building that's there.
Mhm.
All right. So Belkin, you approach that building stealthily, and you get up to the side of it. Most of it was made of wood. There's some wooden structure still for the roof that's there. A bit of the thatch is gone, but it looks like it was burning at one time, but somehow the fire was put out. The front of the building, half of the structure was exploded inward, but you get up to the corner of the building there and peek around inside. You can see the remains of a number of chairs and tables. It looks like there was a bar in the back at one time. Glass is shattered everywhere. And then there's another room beyond that, a door that goes into another room that's actually closed. A lot of this place is worn from the weather, and you see grass growing up between the cracks in the floor. The windows are also broken and shattered. But you don't see anything that's like hiding in this space currently.
I want to search behind the bar.
Okay.
For any perfect for any
So
left
you
over.
go into the building, and as you're walking, you feel the wooden floor is, even with your lightweight, it gives slightly with each step. The wood is kind of soft from probably time and the environment. But you make it behind the bar, and you begin to search and look around. Go ahead and make an investigation check as you're looking through the bar there.
Sure. Seven.
Yeah, you're looking around through the glass. There's no bottles that are not emptied already
Disappointing.
that has anything in it. You do find a small iron-bound chest that looks like it's been cracked open long ago. Nothing but dust left inside. So nothing of worth or value in that space.
And there, you said there's one room.
There's another
Beyond
room
that?
just beyond the bar. Yeah.
Okay, I'll peek in there.
All right. The door's locked. It has a circular iron doorknob with a skeletal key that it is currently locked.
And I use my thieves tools to try to pick the lock.
You certainly can try.
What stat was you rank?
Dex.
Dexterity?
Yep.
Okay. That.
And your proficiency with thieves' tools.
I sure am. 25.
It's a rudimentary lock, so very easy for you. Takes you nothing but a moment. You're like, oh yeah, there it is. And with no sound, you unlock it. Going to continue in stealthily.
Yes.
All right, you open the door, and this space, it is also pretty dilapidated and old. Not as much as the rest of the building, as it wasn't exposed to environment as much as the roof here is still intact. Looks like though it's leaking in some spots, as you see some small stains on the floor where the water pools and puddles. But this looks like the kitchen area. You see old iron pots and pans and large, larger like cook pots and cast iron things and tools and utensils everywhere. But it's kind of thrown about the room like as if pandemonium struck inside of here. You do see what looks like a lot of the drawers and things were pulled out and searched through already. You do see also a cupboard in the back that one of the doors has a large hole going through it, and the door's slightly open, but you can't actually tell what's inside of it from where you currently are.
Can I put my hand into the hole and start to feel?
The hole isn't that big to fit your hand
Okay.
inside. It's probably
Okay.
it's probably like only like 2.5 inches or 2 inches in diameter.
No.
But you can open it because it's cracked open
Yeah.
still already.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll do that.
You open the door there, and inside you see what looks like the remnants of, well, you're not quite sure, but a skeletal body with what looks like some old tattered linen dress and a leather apron that's kind of ratted and torn to pieces. That's inside there. Just kind of slumped.
And then on the body, in the pockets, or anything like that.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check as you begin to search the skeletal corpse.
17.
17. Inside the, like, on the body, you don't find any coin pouch or purse or anything like that. But what you do see behind it is another small, thin box that has 2 iron bars that wraps around it, probably holding it together with a small lock.
Let's take a crack at it. See
All
what
right.
we got. Standard. 19.
All right, you trying to open the lock?
Yeah.
All right. It takes you about a few moments, a little bit longer than the first lock there, but you do
Ooh, this
unlock.
one's a little tricky.
Yeah, you do. It is harder than the last. It takes you a few moments, but you finally do unlock it after a couple tries.
I open it and I take a peek inside.
All right. As you open it, a cloud of dust bursts into your face, and as you do, you immediately go ahead and make a Constitution save for me.
Sure.
As you begin to cough and sneeze.
That's Constitution saving throw. Oh, click. 21.
21. You fight off the suffocating effects of this cloud of sneezing envelops your face, but even your eyes and your nose begin to run immensely as the trap goes off inside of the box. And when you open it, there's nothing inside. But everyone else that's outside, I guess Alokian, you can hear the sounds of Belkin coughing and sneezing a bit from the building that he went off to. But other than that, you
probably wouldn't do anything.
yeah, you just hear him all of a sudden coughing and sneezing.
Alright, after that, I'll go back to the. Is there like a door still there, or is the door gone to the building?
So the main door to the building looks like it was part of the building that was exploded inward. But in this room, there is another door that leads out to the back, to the eastern side of the ruins.
Alright, well, on the wall that would be in outside where Kai's line of sight would be, I'll take out a piece of chalk. I'll put a big old check mark on that building.
Okay.
And
So
I'll wait.
on the west,
and I'll chill inside.
on the western side of the building, you go out and put a check mark, a big check mark on the side of the wall. All right. So.
And I'll hang out there until.
All right. Kaz, you head out. Are you bringing Tomoe with you?
Yeah. I'll have her stay at this point probably 30, 40 feet ahead of me if need be, just to scout ahead before I move forward.
All right. So, Benju having her go ahead into flying to the building, which is easy enough because there's a number of windows. There's a few windows on what walls that are still standing. And then there's also the opening on one of the walls is completely collapsed inward. A lot of the rubble here was removed from the inside of the ruin of this tower as well, though. The tower is probably no bigger than 20 or 25, 30 feet wide. Square built, it wasn't round or anything like that. So she kind of swoops inside right into the window there and takes a purchase inside. Go ahead and make a perception check for her.
Oh, wow. That is a 7.
All right. You get no feeling of danger or anything as she's perched there looking inside. You can see her looking around. She doesn't notice anything inside of the ruins there. And then you follow behind. Do you want to go through the window or through where the wall had collapsed in?
How far up is the window? Is it low?
Well, there's a low window right there where she's currently in.
Then I'll go through that low window.
All right. The window's a little bit narrower, but your elven frame can easily fit through. So you climb up. It's just a few feet up. You climb up into the window, peer inside as well. You can roll a perception check if you wish.
12.
All right. You look around. Inside here, it looks like there's also a wooden floor that took the toll of time, as some of the boards are broken inward. There's large stones across the floor. One of the beams from the ceiling had collapsed and broken inward. The wall that had collapsed in still has some remaining stones on the floor, but a lot of the rubble was moved out of this area. A lot of dust. Some of the plants are growing out of the ground as well. But in the corner, just to the left of you, you can see a number of the planks were broken inward, and there looks like there's a space beneath that. You don't see any signs of anything hidden in this area either.
I'll check out the space beneath the broken in wood there.
Okay. So you climb in. Tomoe's still perched on the window next to you, or you're bringing her along with you?
Can stay purchased there, yeah.
Okay. You peer into the hole. The hole looks like you can break away some of the wood that's there, but currently the hole's probably only about 2.5 feet wide. It's got the jagged wood kind of broken and twisted inward, and the hole continues down probably about 5 feet or so, and you see what looks like a small tunnel that leads off towards the northwestern direction.
Does the tunnel itself look natural or like?
It definitely looks dug out.
Okay.
You see claw
Um,
marks and tool marks. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
That's gonna be a big old 10.
Yeah, it looks like something tunneled this out.
Okay. What's the width and height of it, of the tunnel?
The tunnel itself looks like probably about 3 or 4 feet in diameter. You can probably squeeze through.
Okay. Like 3-4 feet in like circular.
Yeah, circular. Yeah.
All right. I will move forward slowly.
You'll have to probably break away some of the wood that's there for you to actually get into the tunnel, but the tunnel itself, it looks like you can fit in.
Okay. Breaking the wood's probably going to make a lot of noise. I will use the best way to do this. Yeah, I'll use Firebolt to burn some of the wood.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your damage as you try to burn away some of the wood there.
7.
7. Oh yeah, it's easy enough, and you scorch and burn some of the wood enough to where you're burning the wood away quick enough that it doesn't catch flame. Some of the wood is still damp as well, so that's easy enough. So you burn away. It does make a little bit of noise as you're scorching the wood there, but not enough, not as much as you would breaking the actual wood apart. And you peel a couple of the boards away, and you can hop down inside if you wish.
Yeah, I'll move forward stealthily.
All right, you hop down into the small landing there. Like I said, it's about a 5-foot hole there, and then it gets low, about a 4-foot diameter hole that you kind of have to hunch down and walk into. But you do. With your dark vision, you can tell it kind of winds down a little ways ahead of you, and then turns slightly to the right out of your sight. It looks like it's a slow turn. You wish to continue on.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep going.
You keep going until you can see that the tunnel kind of it turns down and then slopes down, and then does a small little spiral. As you are walking through this muddied area, the spiral turns around, and you can hear something shifting about, or the sound of shifting about, beyond the tunnel as it's echoing up into the tunnel that you're in. Before your foot pulls a string across the tunneled floor, and you hold your breath as you activate a trap, as a number of spines come shooting out of the side of the tunnel toward you, Does a 17 hit your AC?
Yeah, because I don't have Blade Singer up. Shield though.
Would that still hit?
No.
No? So you immediately react to the trap as these sharpened spines pierce through the muddy tunneled wall toward you, and your arcane magic blocks the spines from piercing your body. What do? The sounds of the spines breaking across your arcane magic, but they don't pull back in.
I'm gonna back up.
Okay.
And return to the others.
All right. You climb back out of the hole in the ground. A bit muddy as you had to go through the small tunnel, but you climb out and back and head back towards your companions.
So I'm walking back. I'm like
yeah.
brushing the mud off.
Belkin, you can see Kaz leaving the ruins there of that tower and heading back to the group.
Once I notice him going back to the group, I'll start walking back to the group too.
All right. The others that were waiting for your stealthy companions, they return after a short time, probably about 10 minutes or so.
Did
Well,
you
Kaz, did
All right.
you find anything?
Yes, I do believe so. Yourself?
Everyone can see Belkin's face is full of this like kind of pale dust, as if he like walked into like a flower room or something.
What did you find?
The entire building was empty.
Empty.
Yeah.
You're certain?
Mhm.
Do I believe him?
Roll a deception check and an insight.
$17.
17.
13.
All right, you don't believe him.
Right.
Though, does
Assuming-
anything Belkin say the truth? So.
Going to assume it was probably just his pride wounded, and ignore it.
All right.
All right, I do believe I have found their whereabouts. We should move swiftly though, and quietly. They are under the tower, through a tunnel. Burned away the wood, keeping it poorly hidden, and have successfully dismantled a trap. I heard them further below.
dismantled? I mean, I don't. Corvid doesn't say that. All right. Sounds like we have our mission. Let's do it.
I'm gonna read at least.
Belkin, you are eating kobold tonight, my friend.
I don't want to eat anything the same size as me.
Understood. We'll find you a small one.
Okay.
Oh, I took that as he only eats larger creatures.
Oh,
So we find a big
Apologies.
kobold.
we have a furbolg. Does he make you hungry? It's like you're in Lachalokian.
Shall
No,
we
just-
continue?
I'll eyeball Corvin to see if he smiled.
No,
All right.
no smile for you.
Is there-
Uh,
If Kaz came across one trap, there might be more, right?
That is
Uh,
true. There may be more.
Pretty good.
There is one less. That is a plus. Perhaps, given your expertise in the field of traps, you may wish to take the lead and keep a lookout.
Yeah. If I was thinking, I could, I could at least disarm him if we spot one.
Indeed.
Okay.
And I'll direct them to where the opening is.
All right. Kaz brings you towards the ruined tower that is on the edge of Battle Rise. And through the wall there that has crumbled, you can see a small hole in the corner that now looks like it's scorched and burnt along the edges, allowing probably each one of you to enter easily enough. Looking at the hole, probably Alokian and maybe even Corvin, you're going to have to try to make yourself as small as possible as you venture down through this muddy tunnel.
Okay. That looks like a tight fit.
Aye. Well, we are hunting Belkin-sized creatures.
This is true.
Have your wits about you. These things are crafty.
All right. Belkin?
Oh, actually, can I see down this tunnel?
Can you see what?
Down the tunnel, like how?
So it drops down 5 feet, and you can see part of the tunnel that's heading in a northwestern direction. So you have to hop down into the tunnel to be able to see. But you'll also have to have some sort of light, as I don't believe you have dark vision.
I do not. All right. In that case, I believe I got it.
So,
Oh,
before we
never mind.
jump down, I'll see that it's pretty dark down there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll just kind of, from behind everybody, kind of lurch over. Here, let me help. And
Alokian's
Sorry.
chomping down on some rations as
Yeah,
lunchtime is hit.
Did he
Uh,
did he get a bite to eat from the tavern when we weren't working? Is that what happened?
no, it's the field mouse from earlier.
Oh.
Ooh.
I cast Eyes of the Night, so everyone has 300 feet of dark vision for the next hour.
All right.
Perhaps you can see better now.
In the daytime, it takes a moment for your eyes to adjust, as it seems like it's brighter than it normally is, especially for you, Belkin. Like your eyes are more sensitive to the light.
It's weird.
But now that you hop down into the hole, you can see just fine. So who's going first? What is our marching order down this small carved out
Me,
tunnel?
because I could fit the easiest, and I'm gonna keep eye out for traps as well.
Okay.
Last.
All right.
Well, I was gonna say I might take the rear just because of the
Yes, I-
difficulty.
I'll go ahead of you.
All right.
I'll go like
I'd
in
probably-
between them, I guess.
Okay. So for both Alokian and Corvin, it is pretty difficult for you to maneuver and whatnot in this space. So everyone but Belkin, it'll be difficult for you to move around this space, so you're at half movement while you're in these tunnels. Well, these small tunnels. But nonetheless, Belkin, you begin to move down the tunnel, and as it curves around and begins to descend, you immediately spot a trap that
Oh,
has
man.
been dismantled, apparently dismantled, as a
Hmm.
number of spikes are spines are coming from the wall on a like an upward angle. You see a thin line that is broken across the floor, but the front of the spikes are broken off or hanging down. Looks like just sharpened wood or bone that they used in the wall to activate this trap. That's the first thing that you spot.
That was like a trap that was activated, not dismantled. But I'm not gonna say anything. So that's cool.
And it's oddly quiet down here.
Hmm.
But you continue on further down as it curves, and go ahead and roll your perception check as you're keeping an eye out for any traps or weirdness, that sort of thing.
Perception. 11.
All right. So you turn around the corner, and finally the tunnel kind of levels off, and you can see just probably 10 or 15 feet ahead, the tunnel kind of opens up into a slightly larger chamber or tunnel. It's rocky on the ground with a bit of mud scattered about. But you continue pushing on towards that edge to see what the next space looks like.
Yes, please.
All right. In that room, the floor looks a bit wet. You see what looks like roots hanging from the ceiling. And it goes both to the right and left. It looks like a larger tunnel, not high, but wide.
Yeah.
So those of you that are taller will still have to hunch down in this space, but you'll have a little bit of room to breathe amongst each other. The air here is damp and thick. It's hot, especially in the midday that it currently is. But you don't see anything beyond the right and the left that this larger tunnel kind of goes and then turns both. You're not quite sure direction. Well, you can roll me a nature check if you wish to try to figure out what direction you are underground after you're done spiraled down a good bit.
19.
All right. You know the tunnel to the left kind of turns to the southern direction, and the one goes to your left. To the right is southern, and to the left goes a northern direction. Yes. Continue on.
Yep.
All right. So you step into the space, and your foot kind of sinks into the mud and the rock here as it's pretty wet, and all of a sudden you hear as something breaks beneath the earth. There's a slight bit of spark and explosion underneath your foot as flames and sparks shoot out in all the directions around you. I need you to go ahead and make a reflex save as these sparks light whatever wet liquid is on the ground in this tunnel. And those of you, so who's behind Belkin?
I think that would be Kaz.
Yeah, either me or Corvin.
All right,
I would say probably Kaz would go before me.
all right.
Just
So
not that I'm
Kaz,
trying to throw you in the fire, but
Yep.
because I'm going to be moving so slow.
Kaz,
is
go
the
ahead.
main reason.
Go ahead and make a reflex save too, as flames are ignited around Belkin and in the space that you're in at the front of that tunnel.
15.
15, and Belkin, what did you get?
16.
16. All right, you both make it, so you're going to take half damage. Belkin, you take 5 points of damage. Fire damage as flames erupt and explode in the area. and you are not caught on fire.
Hooray.
And Kaz, you only take 2 points of fire damage and are not caught on fire, as the entire area in this tunnel explodes into flames and ignite. Flames burning on the ground all ahead of you and around you. Belkin, you are still in the fire, so you either have to move back or move to the right or left beyond the flames. The flames are in this space, probably about 10 feet on either side of you in this tunnel.
I'll move to the northern with the right.
All right, so you see Belkin dart off through the flames to the left side, just beyond the fire. Kaz, you are also in the flames. What would you like to do?
Follow.
All right, you follow him to the left to get out of the fire. Both Alokian and Corvin, a wave of heat just kind of permeates from the room in the tunnel before you. Smoke begins to fill the area as you get a heavy smell of lantern oil burning. And both Kaz and Belkin rush forward through the flames to the left through the tunnel.
Does the fire continue?
It continues burning as you stand there and watch it for a moment.
We have any idea where it's coming from?
It's burning whatever is on the ground. It looks like there's probably lantern oil or something that was lit.
There's mud, right? It's kind of muddy.
It's kind of muddy and rocky. You're not sure if it's wet because of water or whatever they put on the ground.
Can I get some mud and throw it on the fire?
From like behind you? The
Yeah,
dirt
where-
behind you is not as muddy as what's in this next like larger tunnel.
Even dirt would probably work too.
Okay.
If I could get some decent amount.
You can get some handfuls of dirt if that's what you want.
Try to throw it on the fire, see if I can put it out.
All right. You throw some dirt into the fire there. It still looks like it's still burning around it. It's going to take a good amount of time to actually extinguish the flames that way.
Kind of looks towards Lokian. We're just moving through it.
If we run real fast.
All right. Except we can't run real fast because we're squished.
So if we
You feel Cloud kind of clawing at your shoulder as she's trying to. Did you bring her or did you leave her behind with Zan?
we'll just say I guess I brought her. Yeah.
Okay. She doesn't seem happy about what's going on in front of you guys right now. But as you're sitting there talking, the flames are slowly subsiding.
Oh, we'll just wait it out. Should
Okay.
only take a few moments, hopefully. Fellas,
You hear through the
you-
fire Lokian calling out to you as the flames are just crackling.
Don't worry, we're safe.
Good.
great. We're not. We're going to wait for the flames to subside.
I'm pretty sure it was oil burning. Oil might take a while to burn out.
It's slowly dying. We'll wait. We'll burn to death if we try to run through.
And as you're sitting there talking in this tunnel amongst each other, you feel a tightness in your chest, each of you, as the oxygen in the room is being
Up that.
burnt away.
You just up the tip. Fantastic.
Okay, Lokian, I think we need to move now.
Which direction? Forward or back?
Forward. Let's just get through the flames. We'll be fine.
We'll be fine. Okay,
Maybe.
great. Yeah.
Maybe. Corvin's gonna say, "Get out of the way! I'm coming through."
All right,
And he's gonna run through the fire.
you gonna rush through the fire?
Lokian will put Cloud.
Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw as you rush through fire to try to avoid as much of the flames as possible.
19.
All right. You only take 2 points of fire damage as you rush through the flames.
Nice.
Lokian's gonna put Cloud into his, like under his
Protect her.
vestments.
Okay.
Make sure we'll be fine. Don't worry.
Meow.
Just, yeah, it's fine.
Meow. All right. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
10.
Okay. Unfortunately, Alokian, you only take 4 points of fire damage, but you also catch on fire as a lot of this mud and whatever oil is on the ground splashes up on your body, and Alokian rushes through the other side, and you see flames still burning across his fur, his hair, his and his body. You hear Cloud hissing in inside.
I'm just gonna toss the cat towards whoever's in front of me the closest.
Belkin, probably.
Just toss the cat,
All right.
and then I will drop and start rolling. Oh,
All right. You roll
Jesus.
around on the mud, and I'll give you one more round of. You take 1 more point of fire damage before you put the flames out.
Joke is on you. You roll back into the oil.
And
as
this
you
this tunnel that kind of curves to the northern area is about 10 feet wide. Still only about 4 feet tall, but is a bit wider than the last tunnel you came through. And you feel
Well,
like
you said I'd be
descend
fine.
you descended probably maybe 20 or so feet so far. The tunnel ahead of you goes about 50 feet, and you see a smaller tunnel to the right, about 10 feet, and then another 25 feet. You see a smaller tunnel on the left side of this large tunnel, and then at the end of this one, it curves again to the right. So it turns north. It goes down about 50 feet. 10 feet, there's a small tunnel or hole dug into the side on the right, and on the left, about 25 feet, there's another hole or something dug in on the left side. And then it curves again out of your sight, and you have 300 feet of dark vision. You see everything there. And those of you that are keeping an eye out, roll perception checks.
I'm busy dropping and rolling.
5.
8.
And this room is made out of mud and stone. It's not as wet as the last room, though.
Or 7. Sorry.
How much?
7.
7. I heard a 5.
8.
8. And a Lokian.
Busy dropping and rolling, not perceiving anything.
This is after you've done put the flames out.
Oh, okay. Then we will find out. 10.
All right. You see, as I describe, more roots among the dirt above you, stones here and there. You do also see from time to time there's larger stones that's within the mud, that's just kind of beneath the earth there. Some sort of rock underneath the ground. Looks like some of it was carved away at. But that's what you see. Does the group continue?
You said there's holes in the wall?
On the right, about 10 feet ahead, that looks like there's a hole or a tunnel or something, similar to the one that you traversed to come down here.
Oh. Could we fit through those holes? Or are they smaller?
They're about the same size. So about 4 feet in diameter.
Corvin's gonna look in one.
Okay, so Corvin moves up and looks to the closest one is on the right, about 10 feet ahead, and you can see it goes about 15 feet and turns back to the left, to the right again. So it does another right turn, but it doesn't look like it's going downward. It's just stays level here.
So the path moving forward
Hmm?
goes which way?
So it goes 50 feet forward and makes a right turn.
It's a right turn. Okay. Where do you think these tunnels lead?
Well, I did hear some scurrying earlier, so wherever it leads does lead to trouble.
I wonder if they use these to avoid the traps.
Or do the ones that put the trap there? I have no idea.
My money is on they are the ones who laid the traps.
They put traps in their own tunnels.
Well, then they built these smaller ones to avoid the traps. Yeah.
Hmm.
Makes sense.
Well, if we're looking for them, we go down the one that looks like it's made by them, yes?
All right. Watch out for traps.
I
Well,
logged
try.
tracks.
I feel like we're all being very perceptive, so I'm sure that'll go well.
There's a similar tunnel to this one that goes to the on the right side, also to the left ahead, just for clarification. It's about 25 feet ahead.
Okay. Well, follow the big one, I guess.
So you're going to continue down the 10-foot wide tunnel straight ahead. All right. Belkin's still leading, or are we going to change order here?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
All right. So Belkin begins to lead up ahead, and no one seems to notice it as another line trap is snapped as Belkin activates another trap. This time, there's more of these strange sharpened spines, but these shoot out from the sides of the muddy wall towards Belkin and anyone that would have been next to him. But fortunately, it was only Belkin.
Only about them.
The first set of sharpened spines shoot out towards you, Belkin. 10 does not hit your AC, I don't believe, but does a 21.
Yes.
All right. As a number of these spines, Belkin rolls out of the way of 3 of them, but 3 more coming from the other side, hitting his body as he's on the floor. You take 6 points of piercing damage as these large spines just pierce you, almost like large javelins.
Still
And-
okay.
And that was
Still
about 5 feet beyond the smaller tunnel on the right.
Mm.
So you're about 15 feet into the tunnel.
Okay.
Believe Corvin's theory is correct. Every time we move past one of these smaller tunnels that they've dug, we seem to encounter a trap.
Mm.
Yes.
I think it'd be wise if we take the next smaller man-made or kobold-made tunnel.
I concur. Thank you, Belkin, for being the necessary control study.
That's why I'm here.
How are you feeling? Are you all right? Do you need mending?
Yes, please. On a scale of 1 to 24, I'm at 13.
I love it.
Perfect.
You heal for 5.
I'll take it.
As I place my big paw on top of his head
All right.
and a translucent green energy just kind of glows. You should feel a little better, my friend.
I do it. Thanks, buddy.
And that those spots of burn marks and piercing wounds from the javelins, the green light encompasses those areas and begins to heal them. All right. Where do we go from here?
So what's the next little tunnel?
Yeah.
So you have the one behind you that's to the right, and then about at this point about 20 feet ahead on the left. There's another one that goes to the left.
How about we go back, because we know that way is safe. If we go another 20 feet, I might get hit again.
Okay.
I concur. Yes, that'll be the safest route for us.
We should backtrack.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
All right. So you go back to the smaller tunnel behind you. Who goes first?
I'll go first this time.
Okay. You need to move down that tunnel, and it goes about 10 feet and turns to the right. It winds slightly to the right, and then levels off again. Straightens off again, and it goes down about 30 feet, and you see another small tunnel to the right, and it continues on and winds back to the left.
Okay.
You can make a perception check as well as you're moving on
Yeah.
into this new tunnel.
I keep an eye out for any holes in the wall, any strange smells.
Okay.
22.
Okay, very good. Up to the right, that smaller tunnel that shoots off this one to the right, that's about 30 feet ahead. You see small plume of smoke kind of emanating from inside that tunnel, as well as you smell burning in this tunnel.
Like something set on fire or like campfire?
Like something was on fire.
Hmm.
And by
The trap.
by this
trap is
time,
set up.
the room that you were in is now done burning.
So this led us back.
It looks like it runs parallel.
Okay.
I'll relay that info.
Do you continue on to that location, or do you just wait for a moment?
Definitely waiting.
Okay.
I want to see what happens with that smoke. Does it, continue? Does it settle down at all?
The scent of burning is in the air, and the smoke is kind of hovering at the top of the tunnel that you're in, as well as that right small tunnel, but it doesn't seem to get any worse or even better. It's just kind of lingering.
What would you all like to do?
So the smoke seems to be coming from the trap we set off. Correct? Or at least we think so.
Go ahead and roll a nature check to try to get to, or even to intelligence for that matter.
16.
Roll 20 for a 25.
All right, so with the 16, it does look like it runs, that tunnel's running in a western and eastern direction, the same as the smaller one is. So they're running parallel. With your natural 20 and your 25, that is definitely connected somehow to the last room. Maybe you just didn't see it because you were running through the flames, or maybe there's a hidden door or something that is currently in there.
Okay.
So I think we need to go back to the other room. And take maybe the one
Perhaps
next.
look for another of these small tunnels.
Yes, take the next tunnel up. And that should take us around, hopefully.
All right, back we go.
So you leave the smaller tunnel and go back into the room that was on fire.
No, we'll go back to the one where Belkin just got hit by the trap.
Okay, the large one.
Yeah, the
Yep.
large one. And then move up to the next small tunnel.
All right. As you're moving forward, who's going ahead this time?
I can continue ahead still.
Okay. Roll another perception check as you're pushing forward.
12.
All right. unfortunately, you don't see the next line trap that is about 5 feet away from the tunnel that you're heading towards. As your foot slips and breaks the trap, another set of spines, sharpened spine javelins, shoot out the wall from either side of you.
Shield.
Yeah. Well, one's a natural 1, the other's a natural 20. So unfortunately,
Yeah.
that still hits as spines hit you for. You take a total of 17 points of damage as you see these spines hit through his magical shield, smashing into him. The other side is blocked by some of the shield, but those sharpened spine javelins pierce through his excuse me through his defenses into the upper part of his neck and his rib cage. You hear him take a heavy gasp before he falls to the ground.
Oh, he's down?
Oh, great. I will get up to him, and I will
Okay.
use my healing hands to pump a point into him.
Okay, you rush forward and pull out the javelins and use your healing hands. You said 1 point of healing?
Just
Right.
enough to get him up for now.
Your wounds
Or
stop
not.
bleeding, close just enough to keep you from continuing from dying.
Oh,
And vision comes back to you.
Dear
Severe
Lord.
pain from those spines, but you're alive.
Before we continue any further, let me just get this out of the way since we all seem to be a little clumsy on our way through here. I'll cast Prayer of Healing on anyone missing hit points.
Yeah.
I have up to 6 people, so.
I think that's
Okay.
all of us. I think we're all missing.
I'm
I'm not missing very many, but I am missing.
6.
Really?
take that.
10? Everybody heals 10.
Everybody heals 10.
Awesome. Another
Wonderful.
another green glow comes from Alokian as his divine power heals your wounds.
Yeah, this one, I kind of just put my hands up, and the translucent green energy just kind of comes out in wisps.
Connecting to
Yeah.
each of them.
Yeah.
Well, good news is that we might activate every trap, and eventually they'll run out of traps.
I think.
How far up the wall is the first set of spikes coming out?
So it's 4 feet tall. So you guys are kind of hunched. Well, some of you guys are hunched down,
Yeah.
but they're kind of like in an odd like spacing. They're not precise, and
Okay.
whether that's meant to be or
random.
not, but they're random spots meant to try to get as many people as possible that are walking down the tunnels. But it's only one person's going down the tunnel at a time.
Does it seem like there's like 8 to 10 inches of like floor clearance all the way down?
Some are coming like a few inches from the ground. Some are coming at the top of the wall. Some are coming somewhere in the middle. So it's pretty random.
Alokian,
Yes.
perhaps you lead the way.
Sure. Yes, I'll just
Because-
charge right through all these traps.
Well, you have your armor and your shield together. You might be able to avoid some of this. And I feel like you're probably the most perceptive as well. Maybe we'll actually be able to see the traps before we trigger them. Because this one, the tunnels would not have avoided anyways. So I wonder if that theory is.
I'll just walk through. It's fine. I'm not worried about it.
Well, I mean, keep your eyes open at least.
Oh, yes. Yes, I will do my best to see if I can, but otherwise, charging straight through. And then you all can follow. We only have another 15 feet, right?
Until we turn.
Before the small tunnel on the left.
Correct.
So that'll be about 30 feet in, and then you have another 20 feet before the large tunnel continues on to the right. It's like a slow turn at the end that goes to the right.
Well, because I'm hunched over and I'm wearing heavy armor that I do not have the strength for, we are moving at 10 feet.
All right. Sounds great.
So I will continue at 10 feet.
And everyone else is behind the Lokian
Yes.
in some random order.
And being forced to walk this slow, I will take my time to. The only choice I have, because I'm so hunched over, is to look straight down at the ground in front of me.
All right, I'll be right back.
Well,
So yes, I will continue forward, staring at the ground.
Beans Cause has to take a moment. Let's go ahead and take a quick break, guys. So we'll be right back. All right, we're back. So unfortunately, due to circumstances, Cause will have to leave for the rest of the evening, but we'll continue on, and we'll have the group pilot Cause as we continue. But so you stand there after Kaz hits the ground, and Corvin sending some of his own divine power into Kaz to bring him back from bleeding to death. Just on that surface, barely clinging on now to life. But he's awake. He stands back up, says, "One of you lead," and he goes to the back. What do you do? Ahead you have the tunnel to the left, and then the larger tunnel that you're in kind of turns to the right, a little bit further.
Yeah, so I was going to have the Lokian continue forward, because he's hunched down, and because it's difficult terrain for him. It is at a pace of 10 feet.
That's fine, nice and slow.
Nice and slow, and he is so hunched over because he is nearly 8 foot tall that he will be staring directly at the ground.
He's almost crawling.
Yeah, almost. It's definitely like a crouch waddle situation.
The duck walk.
Yeah, duck walking. To stare at the ground and continue forward, keeping a mindful eye for any tripwires or pressure plates or anything that.
No, it's used for him to get hit by a trap.
Yeah, he's looking for, because he's never really dungeon delved too much. He's looking for stereotypical traps.
Okay. All right. Anybody walking with a Lokian in the front, or everyone else is behind him?
I think we all learned our lesson.
If I walk with him, can I assist him in his search
You
for traps?
absolutely can assist in perception to look for traps along the way.
Yay. Then I'll walk with him.
Okay.
Yep.
I can assist you.
Then I'll stay back down.
All right. So Belkin's behind you two, and then behind you is Kaz. And you begin to move forward, and the small tunnel to the left is just a few feet ahead of you, and you can look down that one, and it looks like it goes about 10 feet and then turns abruptly to the right.
So we get to the tunnel that turns left.
Yes.
From this big tunnel.
The small one, yep.
And as we look down at it, it pretty much immediately goes right.
Yeah, about 10 feet or so, and it turns right.
Okay.
Almost as if it's going parallel with the tunnel that you're in.
Believe this secondary tunnel will avoid traps, and it seems to be running parallel to what we're doing now.
Okay, let's take
I
it
will
then.
squeeze into this tunnel.
It is very small for you. But you go into the tunnel and go down to where it turns right and look down. And it does go about 30 feet or so. And there's, looks like another opening to the right. And it continues on another 15 feet and goes right as well.
And that's what way the big one.
Yes.
The big one went right.
Yes.
So yeah, that should take us around the whatever might be there.
Okay, keep following it then. Staring at the ground.
You're gonna go in, continue in the smaller one. All right. You get to the first right there in that tunnel, and it looks like it goes about 10 feet, and then there's just like a muddy wall that is there. But it
Just a
also
muddy
it
wall.
and yep, and it also continues on. Go ahead and roll your perception check as you're looking at that muddy wall.
Am I rolling with advantage because Corvin's helping, or are we each doing separate?
In this small space, you have to lead, so unfortunately, he can't really see around you.
Got it. 8.
It
Oh,
goes 10
alright.
feet to a muddy wall. And then it also continues on straight for about another 15 feet, and it turns right.
Okay, well,
So the
Time to
smaller
see.
tunnel went 30 feet. You're at the point where you are. It goes another 15 feet, and it turns right. About. If you had to guess measurements in your mind, as because you're not like you don't have a ruler as you're going along, you know.
right. Okay, just continue then. If I don't,
All right.
I'm
You go.
not perceiving any other ways.
So you go down this smaller tunnel, turns right, and you can see this tunnel goes about 30 feet. Then there's another small hole on the right, and it continues down another 40 feet because your dark vision, you see all the way down the tunnel, and there's a T section.
I'm so lost. Says Corbin.
Okay.
And Cordell.
So we continue down until we meet the T section.
Oh, you're gonna pass the first little tunnel. So 30 feet T section, another 30 T. Sorry, 30 feet. There's a small tunnel on the right. 30 feet, a T section.
At this point, if we take another right, I think it's just a circle. Right?
Yeah.
Are you asking the DM or you're asking the other people?
I'm monologuing.
Perhaps the T section would be the tunnel going back from where we came from and then going forward, but past any traps. Is what the T section maybe would be.
Sure. Just
I'm
tell the Lothian
okay.
where to go.
As you guys are discussing this in the small tunnel, trying to talk back and forth, Kazda say, because he rolled a natural 20 earlier on his intelligence check, it appears these tunnels circumvent around the larger tunnel and possibly connect somehow.
Yes, that much is obvious. Well,
Okay. So
we'll go down to the T section and make a left.
And also, everyone that passed that little 10-foot tunnel with the wall can also make perception checks, because I'm sure you guys are looking around at those areas as well.
Yeah. Okay.
come on, big money. 6.
It's a dirt wall.
Come on.
We're the best.
Okay.
Oh,
tonight.
hold on. Halfway luck. Hold
You're
on.
the one again.
Performance, anyways. So
Hold on. Halfway luck. 17. There you go.
So, Belkin, you're behind these two that are leading these small tunnels. You notice that small tunnel goes 10 feet into the muddy wall. It looks like you could just kind of push and force your way through. And you can see like another tunnel on the other side through some of the small cracks and holes there. Like they just piled up mud to make little hidden doorways in and out of these small and larger tunnels.
So the mud is like a false door. Kind
Yes.
Of thing? Okay. Guys, I don't know if you noticed, but the mud wall here is not blocking nothing.
And with that, I'll also give you the entrance to the small tunnel that you're in now. Looks like it had a similar thing, but it was already used and stomped through.
Uh,
So me and Corvin are up front going, is it a left? Do we take a left or do we take a right? And then Belkin just behind, hey guys, I think this wall pushes in.
Yeah.
So I'll just turn around.
Great.
Excuse me?
are you able to do a U-turn, or do you gotta bat that thing up?
It's like a 36 point K turn.
Okay, all right. Perfect. Another path to
So-
choose from.
Yep. So this
Uh,
place is riddled with small and slightly larger tunnels.
Corvin will go back
I-
the mud wall and push down the mud wall.
But it seemed like the small tunnel had heavy foot traffic, so I'm pretty sure they were using this the most.
So you
Mhm.
push, you guys back up and go to that smaller tunnel, and you push it down, and you can see now it reveals into the space, the larger tunnel that you were just in, but it's at the end of it, where it turned to the right, and you can tell that it slopes down, looking to go deeper below.
Hmm.
We dare go deeper.
I feel like they would be in deeper.
I mean, I don't know where else we're gonna go. Seems like this is.
Absolutely. We came here for a purpose.
Still don't know where my
Suppose.
horse is. It's probably up there somewhere, I assume, unless they brought it down some tunnels, which doesn't seem possible. Okay.
Sure. Could
So do we
cut up the
keep-
horse and
Yeah,
drag it
they
down.
definitely would have not been able to fit a horse in this area.
Not in one piece.
No.
You're the worst, Loken. All right. So are we going down the big tunnel, or are we going to keep following the little tunnel?
We follow the tunnel that goes down then.
Now
Okay,
that tunnel
yeah, this little
currently is the larger tunnel that you guys were in just a few minutes ago with all the traps. You haven't seen a smaller tunnel that heads down yet.
tunnel. Oh, okay.
But that might
So
be
we follow
key.
the small tunnel until we find one that goes down.
Yeah.
Perhaps a left at this T section.
I agree. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, that's fine.
Left at the T section.
All right, so you're going to pass. So 30 feet down, there's a small tunnel to the right. That tunnel goes 10 feet. There's another wall there.
Okay.
And then,
so that,
continue going down to the T section.
so that other one, could I assume that one with the wall goes back into the big tunnel?
It looks like, roll a survival check for me. Or nature, either one. As
Either
you're
one.
moving around to try to put direction.
7. Is it in the, because we just saw the other wall? Is it in the same direction at least?
So
That's all I-
it goes the same direction as the larger tunnel, but you don't assume that it's going to connect to that, because that tunnel begins to drop about 10 feet in. It just begins to descend
Okay.
at a decent angle. So it probably would go above it somewhere if there was a door or something there.
Okay. Should I go knock down that wall?
Knock down as many walls as you
I-
please.
I go down that hallway and knock down the wall.
Okay, so 10 feet in, you begin to move the mud and stone that's there, and it continues on. Another smaller tunnel, but it begins to circle upward.
Okay. This one might lead back to the surface to another entrance, maybe. So let's go down to the T.
All right.
Maybe. I have no idea what's going on.
You
I don't-
crawl
I
your
don't
way.
even know which way's up or down at this point. in my life.
And this is tunnels of kobolds.
Yes, I believe it.
And you continue down to the T, and to the right, the tunnel descends. To the left is 10 feet in a muddy wall.
I go over and knock over the wall.
You knock that one, move the mud around. It does give way, and this one spirals upward.
Okay. All right, down. Right?
Alright.
Right, guys? Down?
Yes, descent into hell at this point.
So you take the right tunnel heading down. Everyone make perception checks, or whoever's leading the group make a perception check.
Still me, I assume.
Gosh.
6.
Nice.
We're on a roll tonight, baby. Woo! These are birthday rolls.
Birthday rolls. All right, awesome.
Oh, sorry, baby.
So you crawl your way down through these small, tight tunnels. Claustrophobia not quite setting in yet, but maybe getting closer to that as it spirals down 10, 15, maybe 20 feet. You're not sure. But then levels off again. And you don't have enough time to react as your hand reaches out and touches another one of these trigger wires in this spiral tunnel as 3 spikes jut out the wall, trying to attack you. Does a 9 hit your AC?
No.
So the spikes jut out and break across your armor. The trap does not reset, and it does not harm you, but splinters going flying everywhere as everyone sees these spikes shoot out the wall as he turns a corner, and it just glances off his back across his spine, but doing no real damage to him.
Okay, you're supposed to see the traps.
Hey,
Yes.
he disabled the trap the same way that I did. Good job.
I saw the trap as it flew towards me.
But I'm assuming you continue on, and it turns down one more spiral, and then stops. There is a buildup of mud at the end of this tunnel, but it looks like it opens up into another space. This space isn't like any of the last rooms or tunnels you've been in so far. This is full of rocky carved stones. There's a room actually that this tunnel enters into that looks like it breaks through a stone wall that has large bricks that were placed in the wall, but a lot of this looks like they tunneled into whatever room this is ahead of you. Loken, you can see debris all across the floor, a bit of old mold or algae growing out of some of the dirt that's been there for a while that's covering the floor. But underneath that dirt, you see old cobblestones. The room continues on about 15 feet to the other side where there's another wall there, and to the right and the left of this room goes either 10 feet to both sides, and you actually see a door on the left side that is currently a wooden iron-bound door that's currently closed. No distinct features here, but in this space, it's probably about 10 feet tall, so you can now stand.
Stretch out my back.
Sorry, in this space, there's only the one door, or was there multiple?
You only see one door currently, the wooden iron-bound door on the left.
All right. Seems we've made it. Where? I don't know. But we've made it.
Hooray.
Hooray.
Go ahead and roll a perception check as the group of you enter this space. Anyone that
Oh,
wants
good.
to look around.
We are all
I
so
know you're
good
great at it.
Hey, 24.
That's a natural 20.
Amazing.
Don't forget to
Natural
mention
20.
That would be only natural for the
that.
whole campaign.
4. I got 4.
4 is great.
Natural 20, 23.
Oh my goodness. So both Belkin and Alokian, you see the door there, and as you're looking around the room, you can tell on the right side something's off about the floor. You can see scrape marks as if part of the wall shifts or moves outward into your space.
Oh,
Like it
okay. So,
swings open, as there's
yeah,
something weird about the wall there. It looks like you can probably pull it open. So a false door there.
Right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a notebook so I can start drawing a map so I understand what's going on.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
While he does that, can I investigate the wall?
You sure can.
Try and figure it out.
Belkin, do you want to help him at all?
Yeah, help him.
All right.
Or he can help me out.
Either way, you roll with advantage if you're helping each other.
17.
Okay.
Let's see.
17.
17.
All right.
Man, we're getting the same rolls now.
Looks like it was meant to be. You don't see any traps that's connected
Good.
to this hidden wall. With your natural 20s, I'll give you that there are score marks on the floor, but you can tell that it hasn't been used in a long time. And that door does pull on the side. It looks like there's a little latch on the inside, a button that you can press between the stones that will shift this entire wall out and kind of swing it open. It looks like you'll need a little bit of strength to actually move it because it is doing a good bit of scarring on the floor.
I didn't
Corvin,
figure-
would you mind? I know I look strong, but I'm not as strong as your trained big burly arms.
Of course. And we'll go and grab hold. Let's pull.
All right. Roll a strength check as you push the button to unlock it. You
I've been
feel the door kind of pops out slightly, and a bit of hiss, as there was probably a vacuum or something within the space that was beyond, kind of hisses out toward you as stale air permeates.
I've been rolling so good tonight, so I'm sure this is gonna go perfectly. 14.
All right. Corvin begins to pull on that wall. It looks like he's struggling a bit, but finally begins to move it about a few inches as the stones begin to pull out. You don't quite get it open yet.
Can I assist him?
Absolutely.
That was a save, but it's the same bonus. 17.
So Alokian reaches over your shoulder and grabs the upper part of this secret door and begins to pull as well. And with his help, you finally get it to shift open enough, a few feet. And the stale air inside immediately, it's old air. Like it hasn't been, nothing's passed through here in some time. Inside is a 25 by 25 foot room, 10 feet tall, the same stones as the space you're in. You see a skeletal corpse, long dead, on the ground. In its hand clutches well, you guys don't have light, a metallic blade. It's short, not very long, metallic blade with a grinning face across the hilt that kind of curls on the side. It looks pretty well made, but very dusty. And on the opposite side, you see a stone door that has a thin slit in the wall. In here, there's not really anything growing. This place looks like it was sealed.
Okay.
So just
Can
dust
I
and the decay of this.
Investigate the corpse, the skeleton.
Sure. So you go over and look at the skeleton. You can make an investigation check as you look it over. It does have some old leather armor that's done decayed over time. The organic matter is decayed and brittle in hand. It had some cloth, some clothing underneath the armor, maybe a cloak or something that was there at one time, but that's long decayed as well. Its body looks humanoid, probably was a human with your medical training, Alocan, as you're examining the body. But he's been long dead.
Okay. He's wearing leather armor. Nothing.
Yeah, and
nothing too unique about it.
do you touch the corpse? I'm assuming to like look through to see if there's anything there, or are you just looking at it?
No, I'll pilfer him.
Okay. So inside of his clothing and underneath his leather, it's so brittle as you're touching the leather, it's just kind of falling apart. And then you hear a few clangs of coin hit the stone beneath him as his pouch also falls to pieces as well. There's a belt buckle that hits the floor as well from his belt that's decayed, but the metal is still there. And then in his skeletal hand is still that blade.
Okay, I will just kind of scoop the coin and hand it behind me to Belkin.
Okay. Scoop up the coin. There's probably about 21 gold pieces that's underneath the skeletal body as you're searching. Anything that was metallic on his attire is still there, like metallic buttons, belt buckles on his boots. But anything organic or cloth is just falling to pieces as you touch it.
Anything else that might help identify who he was, or no?
You don't see any signs of like insignia, holy symbols, or anything like that.
Okay. Can I examine the blade?
Yep. So it has a silver metallic blade, a ornate like grinning face that kind of curls up on the edges for the hilt. The leather bound around the hilt is long decayed, but underneath it's still finely filigreed and has a golden pommel. Beyond that, it does look very well made. It looks like some sort of short sword.
That's a nice fucking blade there you got. Oh, okay.
Yes, it's a short sword for me, but pretty long one for you. Would you have any use of it?
Yeah. If you don't mind, if you don't fancy short swords.
Well, no, I could always borrow it for a butter knife.
That's true.
I'm sure Kaz will speak up and say, perhaps I could
It's the other eye.
identify it. Perhaps I could identify it at some point. That's what it sounds like, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes, perhaps when we're not in a cramped little space. Well, this space isn't so cramped, but we're still underground. Priorities. We'll perhaps take the required time, better time.
And
Is that okay with you?
You said there's a slit on the wall. On the wall.
Yeah, there's a slit on a stone door that's on the opposite end. You can see there's a stone door with a like curved top. It looks pretty flush with the wall. There's no handle or anything there, but you do see a small like slit about halfway up the wall.
Oh,
Can you reach halfway up the wall?
no. Oh, so.
He can above him.
I got a jump for it.
Is he the only one that notices this?
What's everyone's passive perception?
14.
Yeah, you can see it.
11.
Yeah, you can see it.
Is it like see through, or is it just like an indentation?
there's like an indentation, like a small slit, about a half an inch, high, high, and probably 2 or 3 inches wide.
Perhaps you go over there and shove that sword into the slot. See what happens.
I mean,
Does someone take the sword from the corpse?
I took it to give to Belkin.
Okay. When you pick it up, roll a wisdom saving throw, please. As you
No, thank you.
pry it from the dead skeletal hand.
10.
Perhaps I should have identified it sooner.
And
Shit.
immediately, as soon as Alokian pries the bony fingers off of the blade, and it's actually pretty hard. It seems like it's like clung to it. Immediately, as soon as he picks it up in his hand, he begins to laugh. A low, dull laugh at first, and then the laugh continues, louder and louder and louder, until he falls to the ground, blade clutched in his hands.
Oh, I'm laughing.
You're laughing,
Oh, okay.
and Alokian begins to laugh.
Loken, what's happening? Loken, stop. What? He's kind of looking.
He seems incapacitated through his laughter, unable to do anything else but roll around on the floor and laugh.
Would I? Can I put together that probably the sword is what did this?
I mean, it happened as soon as he picked it up, so yeah.
I'm gonna.
Unless there's something else that, Alokian smoked that morning, I'm not sure.
Yeah. I will kind of grab him.
You see the cat actually jump off Alokian and dart off into the corner.
I will kind of grab him by the arm and attempt to like kick it out of his hand, kick the sword out of his hand.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check, as opposed strength checks, as Alokian is clinging to this sword.
Hey, you want me to do one too?
Yes, sir.
22.
Oh,
Very appropriate.
And pretty quickly, Corvin kicks the blade from your hand. It flies over into the corner, and the laughter
Kills
subsides.
the cat.
oh,
Slices it in half.
ooh, oh, jeez. Yeah, you probably don't want this sword.
Maybe there's a terms and conditions for it. Maybe we should have a Kaz check it out.
Perhaps
Agreed.
could we pick it up, you think, with a piece of cloth and put it in the bag of holding?
Yeah, you give that a shot.
All right. I will grab a piece of cloth.
Okay.
And I will attempt to pick up the sword.
Like a piece of cloth or piece of rope? What do you have?
Oh, I'm sure I have something, right? I have common clothes, so I'll pull out a shirt.
Okay.
Well,
You can take
wrap
your
it.
shirt and try to wrap without touching it?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me a dexterity check to try to, or sleight of hand if you have it,
Oh, jeez.
to
I
try
don't
to
know either.
wrap it up with your shirt.
Well, I'm not trying to wrap the whole thing. I'm really just like taking my shirt and putting my hand and like grabbing it, and I'll drop it in the bag.
Like when you put your hand in a dog doo-doo bag.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to cover your hand with the shirt and then grab it.
And then grab it and
Alright.
just drop it in the bag of holding, and we'll worry about it later.
As soon as you grab it with your shirt in hand and wrap your fingers around it, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Perfect. This is natural 1 for 4.
And Corvin also falls to the ground laughing tremendously, his voice just echoing down the halls, the room, and beyond.
Logan will shake his head and attempt to kick the sword out of his hand.
Okay. Roll opposed strength checks.
This is
Oh,
gonna
no.
go well, I'm sure.
11.
Natural 20, 25.
His hand
Love-
is clinging to the blade, and you're unable to remove it.
can't do anything.
You are incapacitated.
I don't get any more saves, I assume, either.
Not while you're clinging the blade.
Dang.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
leave
want
me.
to I don't want a waterfall, you know. But how many times can I attempt to kick this out of his hand?
I mean, you can try as many times as you want.
Come on, 16.
All right, roll again, Corvin.
Okay, all right. It's gonna go worse this time. Natural 20, 25.
Oh my
Thanks.
god.
I'm wasting all my natural 20s here.
He is not letting go of that blade.
Okay.
Kaz will come over and try to assist you.
There you go.
Great. Is he gonna roll or do I roll with advantage?
You roll at advantage.
Oh,
Natural
This
20,
movie-
22.
as long as I don't get another natural 20.
Yeah.
18.
And finally, you're able to remove. So Kaz steps on his arm, putting force down at his wrist, and then you just kick at the pommel over and over until finally the blade flings out of his hand, and then the laughter ceases. Your
I have-
your
I have a
ribs
laugh.
hurt slightly from laughing so much.
How'd your plan work?
I mean, I found it pretty funny. And he kind
Me
of stands
too.
up.
Okay.
I guess we'll just leave the sword here. Seems
Well,
for the best.
Kaz, why don't we have a
Yeah.
Kaz just see what he can learn from it?
Guys, you can identify this blade and perhaps give us a little more information.
There might be some truth to it.
All right.
Well, to do that, we'd have to take 10 minutes.
Yes, that'd be fine. I don't think we're having any guests over anytime soon.
We did laugh a bunch. We may have warned the entire dungeon that we're here.
Well, in that case, we'll just give him the sword.
Good idea.
While he identifies, can I investigate the sweat? The
Absolutely. So Kaz will sit down and begin to identify the sword.
Investigation.
He doesn't touch it.
13.
He just does his ritual around it. You said a 15?
13.
13. You don't see any traps or anything like that. The door does seem to open. It pushes inward to whatever room it goes into, or whatever space is beyond. You don't see any handholds or knobs or anything. What Alokian said about, or Corvin said about putting this blade into the hole, it looks like it's the same width as the blade itself. So possibly that's what unlocks it, but you're not quite sure.
We'll give it a shot after
Right.
Kaz identifies it.
Kaz takes about 10 minutes or so to identify it. Well, this looks like it does have some sort of magical properties. It's a bit sharper and does a little bit more damage than a normal blade would. But that's all the magic that I can see on it.
No. So you think you can fit in that door? Perhaps we try again. Maybe someone else who is at least a little weaker. Maybe I can get it out of your hands if you start laughing.
Well, how much damage did Awoken do to the hand when he applied the sword the first time?
He had to break the fingers off.
Damn it. Oh wait, he has 2 hands. Alright.
Ooh, I see what you're doing. there, man.
Why don't we make the skeleton grab the sword? Some fashion.
Okay. Might work. Might not as well, but you know.
Alokian, when you broke the fingers off, you know that like the joints and stuff and the tendons inside those bones were fused together. So whatever pose they currently are in, they're not really moldable.
Oh no.
All right. Who's gonna try it? We gotta get it in this door.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna grab it.
All right, make a wisdom saving throw.
I do anything to help them? No, I don't think I can.
If I succeed, I
Nope.
probably could use it. So, wisdom saving throw.
Oh wait, I could have done. I could cast a spell, but is it worth losing a smite?
Oh man.
Probably not. Yeah, we'll save it. We'll save it. Go ahead. This one doesn't work.
Oh god damn it. 12.
And immediately, Belkin falls to the ground laughing.
All right, kick it out of his hand.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard.
All right, make a opposed strength check, please.
Of course, I'm gonna roll real bad. This nope, 22.
Hold on.
That was close. Oops,
Oof.
sorry, I didn't mean to link that.
19.
All right, the sword goes ting, 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 hits the wall and drops to the middle floor.
Well,
Probably-
I'm out of ideas now.
About like 4 feet away from the door.
What are Kaz's cantrips?
Let's see.
You check. Does he have mage hand? Does he have mage
Does he
hand?
have mage hand? Yeah.
I would make it too easy probably if he did. So I'm sure he doesn't.
I actually don't have his list.
Was it on his character sheet? Oh no, it's probably not. It's probably
It's
on D&D.
probably on, yeah.
You might. I don't know if we can access that.
I don't think we can.
We can't.
Can we make his owl grab it? Owls don't have a sense of humor. They can't laugh.
What's the wisdom saving throw?
Let's see.
No, we can't.
Right.
See it.
I'll say that he does.
Sure.
I just rolled. I'll say that he does for now. He might forget it, tomorrow, but he has Mage Hand. What would you like him to do with Mage Hand?
Pick up the sword. Put it in the.
Yeah,
Slap.
see if that's worth it.
Kaz will let you know that because of the magical nature of this blade and the nature of Mage Hand will not be able to move the blade.
Oh,
Ugh.
okay. Fair.
All right, Lokian.
Yeah, I'll just pick it up. It'll be fine. I have a steel trap
We-
of a brain.
We've been so good at wisdom checks tonight, along with our perception.
Would you like me to
Alright.
use the cloth?
Sure.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
Just kidding. I don't want the cloth.
Belkin,
Might help.
you can try to unlock and open the door with your thieves' tools if you wish.
No, that's
Nope.
too easy.
I want to see
I
Awoken.
want- okay.
No,
Alright.
Lokian. Come on. I believe in you. Surely.
15.
That's it.
So
Wisdom save.
you pick up the blade and you feel that sense of laughter begin to overcome. You push through and you're fighting it off constantly as you're holding it. What do you do?
And I just jam the blade into the slot
Okay.
as fast as I can.
You push the blade in and immediately that sense of hysteria ends.
Oh.
Everyone
See, I
that's
knew it.
there
I knew
when
it.
when Alokian pushes the blade inside, you see a flash of like purple light, barely from the crack, spark, and emanate slightly, and then fade.
Weird.
I turn around. Is the door still open?
The
behind
one behind you is still open, yeah.
Okay, good. I will go up and attempt to push this one open.
All right, go ahead and make a strength check.
Goodness, now I'm gonna roll bad.
Now you
Okay, no,
roll one.
24. 24. We're good.
Okay.
All right, Corvin moves up and pushes the door, and it goes, opens up. And ahead of you is about a 10 by 10 little landing area, and then a set of stairs that begins to descend down. Just beyond your sight, so about 20 feet down, and you can see another hallway, or part of a hallway, below.
This place is a mess. Someone should have organized it better, or put little maps on the walls. There's only one way, and that's the stairs, right?
There's a stairwell ahead of you, yes. And it
Right.
looks pretty well made. It's made of stone, just like the room that you're in. But that's all you currently see after you open the door there.
Okay. Let's go. Continue.
So the group of you continue to traverse down the stairwell, leaving the room behind you
Yes.
and leaving the blade.
Yeah. I want
so.
no more.
Okay. All right. So you go down the stairwell. Go ahead and make perception checks as you are traversing down the hall, down the stairs.
19.
8.
Perception all night.
Doing so good. Give me a second. Perception is 10.
All right. Someone rolled a 19.
Yes.
Corvin did.
All right. As you're stepping, who's leading the way, by the way? What's like
I
the
think it's
marching order? Corvin?
It kind of feels like me.
All right.
I'm
That's fine. Corvin, you begin to step forward towards the stairwell. You're kind of looking around the room. You can see behind you, there's on the other side of the door that's currently open, it looks like some kind of depiction of or sculpture that's on the door itself, but it's currently kind of open too far to make out any details. You do also see the blade pushing all the way through the other side of the door, as the door is only probably about 8 inches or so thick, as thick as the stones that were there. And underneath the bottom, you see some kind of bowl or something that's jutting out of that wall, underneath the sculpture. You also see small pock marks all across the stone, as if something ate away some of the stone there. And then you begin to head down the steps, and you can tell there's a pressure plate on the next, probably about 3 steps down beyond. Looks like those steps move as you look. Little scratch marks on the wall. You can tell that you put your foot on it and begins to give way, but you pull back.
If either of you want to set off a trap like you have been, there's a pressure plate right there. Might want to avoid.
We perhaps disarm it instead, since we realize it's there.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Yes, Belkin's pretty nifty with those tools.
Belkin, you can,
Could you?
as he points it out, it looks like if you can wedge something beneath the step there, you can probably keep it from being activated.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Now, you're not sure what it activates, but it does activate something here in the hall.
Let's see. Would one of my arrows, or even more than one arrow, would that be able to?
Probably if you have some arrows, if you wedge the arrowheads down in there, you can try to disarm it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Yeah, or because I only these tools would help with the pressure plate. Or that.
I mean, it can help you like pry little spots up to be able to place the arrowheads underneath. Basically,
Okay.
just you can go ahead and make your thieves' tools check to try to disarm the trap.
Gotcha. Okay. Come on, but 1, but halfway work.
Goodness. That halfling
Good
luck
thing-
coming in handy.
Yeah, good thing I'm a halfling.
Now he's gonna roll 10. That's what you've done. You've done that several times in this campaign.
27.
Much better than a 10.
All right, he takes a number of arrows and shoves them in the stairwell there to those loose steps and believes he disarms the trap.
Alright, yeah, that should be good. You're just gonna be able to activate the pressure part.
But you also can step over, kind of over that step as well.
You can always avoid it too. Just,
I will avoid it just in case.
All right.
but just in case.
And
Jumps on it.
okay.
Uh,
Does anyone step on the stair with the trap?
no.
I didn't think so. But the group of you continue on, descending the steps, and Corvin, I'll give it to you with your perception check. It looks like at the bottom of the stairwell, one of the next floor tiles lifts up and reveals something. It looks like
Okay.
one of the tiles actually lifts up.
I will point that out to the group. Might be something hidden underneath that. And I will go down and lift it up, I guess.
Okay. You begin to lift it up, and you can see underneath there's some sort of mechanism underneath that tile that actually lifts that pressure, that tile up when the stairs is stepped on, and there's some sort of tubing or something underneath and releases something.
This is the trap that you just disarmed, or the deadly end of it.
As you look back up the stairwell, you see a number of holes all across the stone and the walls, like small pock marks. Probably releases some kind of gas or acid, maybe even fire.
Seems like this might have been a good trap to find. Out of all of them.
I'm glad we
today.
activated this one.
Yes. I will slowly set it down.
Okay. And behind you, or continuing on, is the hall. Continues on a 10 by 10 hallway. It doesn't go very far before it meets a T section, and then goes a little bit further to another one of those iron-bound wooden doors that you've seen in the first room, which looks closed.
And what's the other? So the one part of the T goes forward.
So it's
the
a
other
T.
part-
Yep. So it goes forward, T section, forward a little bit further, maybe 10, 15 feet, and then another door.
So it goes both ways.
Yep.
That
So
is
it goes
Mikey.
goes ahead and then to the right and left, just like Mikey.
All right. Welcome to the maze. And I will continue walking to the T section.
The echoing of scratching echoes down the hall from the left as you approach the T section.
Maybe we try to be stealthy.
I'm
Right.
going to try.
I'm sure that's going to go well for all of us. Mainly me and you.
Go ahead and make your stealth checks.
14. Don't screw this up, Alokian. All right. Could be worse.
10.
Could be worse.
It'll be worse.
How much you want to bet that Bell can get lower than both of us? No,
Oh,
he doesn't.
sorry.
He
23.
just rolled it a bunch.
It's if again
D&D
the
math.
tough pad, freaking sensitive as shit. Anyway, 23.
23, 10, and what was the other one?
14.
14. Okay. So the group of you begin to head down the hall towards that T section, and it goes to the right and the left. As you get closer and kind of peek around, which I guess whatever direction you peek around first, I guess towards the sounds, right?
Yeah.
So you'll turn your head around and see the hall continues on to the left to another stairwell that leads down where the sound is emanating from. It's echoing up from the bottom of the steps there. It looks like there's another small room in that next space, and you could vaguely make out maybe a small fountain or something in that room that looks old and broken. The top of the fountain like kind of just tumbled over. There's rubble all over the floor. You see the signs of rocks and stones all over the ground. Go ahead and make perception checks also as you're at that T section.
To the left.
That's the left.
Stairs
Stairs.
down to a room.
Sorry, that's
Right.
not it.
Yep. Stairwell to a small room with
Nope.
a fountain or something in the center.
There you go.
To the
12.
right, it goes about 8 feet. An entire room or hallway is just collapsed in. All right, what was the perception checks?
20.
20,
12.
12.
Natural 1 for a 2.
Okay. So Belkin, you can make out the sounds of like claws upon stones, but it's moving away from the group of you. Alokin, you hear the same thing, only you hear the sound of what sounds like rushing water.
And the rushing waters to the left, you said?
To the left, beyond the sounds of the scraping and claws.
Oh, so there's scraping and claws and then water beyond that.
Yes.
So I'll
Almost
relay
like the
this
sound
information.
of rushing water and like heavy water falling, like a waterfall almost, crashing upon stone. And like that sound of like water rushing past, like the pull of air.
There seems to be a water source beyond us to the left. Maybe perhaps a waterfall.
Mm.
Okay. I
We
think
could
go that-
investigate.
Yes, I think we go that way since there's not a door for now. Come back to the rest.
Yes.
So you head to the left.
I will
Alright.
lead.
Loki will lead.
Okay.
As you descend, you don't find any step give way as you descend into the next room. The next space is 15 by 15 foot room, square room, that has a old fountain in the center. Much of it is destroyed as the top of the fountain looks like it's been crushed and toppled over. On the left side of the room, half of the wall looks like it's fell in and gives way to another rough-hewn, carved out stone tunnel or cavern that goes to the left. There's rubble and stones all over the floor. The fountain itself has long been dried out. No arcane markings or designs on the fountain remain, but it possibly was beautiful at one time. But time and whatever's going on here probably destroyed it. But there's a tunnel to the left and no other doors or rooms in the space. It just descends down into a room with a fountain beneath the earth.
We don't see the rushing water or the thing that was scratching.
No, you can tell that the cavern to the left kind of goes in a few feet and begins to turn to the right. I mean, turn to the left.
Okay.
So we can see the fountain, though?
There's a fountain in front of you, but there's no water in it. This is not the source of the sound.
The sounds to the left.
And the sound of the rushing claws finally just getting muddled in the sound of the rushing water, but the sound of the water is getting closer. There's almost like a cool, almost breeze pushing in, you have cool air pushing in from the collapsed wall tunnel.
Okay. Follow to the left, though.
All right. You move into the left, and you see what looks like in this tunnel some old crates or something that looks like it's housing some tools that have been just left and scattered there on the floor. You see an old pickaxe with a broken shaft discarded on the ground, and stones are littering the ground. Looks like they carved their way in to this fountain room, but it looks like it's also old as well. Whatever these tools are or been left behind for a long time now. You can roll perception checks as this tunnel, it turns back, continues turning left for just a few moments and then opens up slightly. So it goes from about 6 feet wide to 10.
There you go. 18.
19.
All right.
18.
Well, all of you can see, well, especially with the dark vision, as you kind of come around that corner, the tunnel winds a little bit, but you can see beyond there is a large cavernous area that opens up. You see a wooden rope bridge that crosses a large chasm that just falls into the earth. And then from the right, beyond that, like next to that bridge, rushing water just shooting off and then down into the cavern, into the hole in the ground.
Is the entire bridge intact?
Yeah, it looks like most of the pieces there are intact, and I guess from this distance you can't make out much detail about it, but you can see the ropes are there, the wood is there, and a Lokian, you can tell that the stone wall, cavern wall, up probably about 15 feet to the right, looks off to you. One part of it just looks too smooth.
Okay.
And then that cool air is rushing from that cavernous area ahead.
Can I attempt to investigate that smooth part of the wall further?
Yep. It's only about 10 feet away from you, so you walk up to that smooth portion of the wall and examine it. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
7.
It looks odd to you, but you can't make out if it's a hidden door or how to open it, if it shifts or something, but that portion of the wall is definitely different than the rest of the cavern.
My RPG senses are tingling. Does anyone else want to give this a look? I can't seem to figure it out. It is a smooth wall.
Yeah, the group of you can tell that Alokian's looking at the wall here, and he moved up there and is kind of messing with it. You both rolled 18, which is fairly close to what you needed, so you can kind of make out that the wall is also off and different there as well.
I would assume Kaz would probably want to go and look at it.
I'll do an investigation.
Well, Kaz will help you then.
Okay.
You can do it at
Alright.
advantage.
That's not it. 18 and then 18.
Okay. It does look like this is another secret door, a false wall that can be pushed aside. There's no locks or anything on this, or levers on this side of the door. You're not quite sure if it just pushes open or what. But it definitely can be moved.
Okay. Does it move at all if I try to push it in?
Make a strength check. Well, not easy. It just doesn't shift just by your normal weight.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll try to open it with a strength. For a bit.
Okay.
Strength. 12.
You push on it, and it doesn't even budge a bit.
I think the door moves in, but
Do you want me to give it a try?
I mean you're stronger than I am.
Okay. I'll kind of crack my knuckles
All right.
and press my hands up against it.
Smite the door.
And hopefully don't roll really bad. 14.
You give the best shot you can, and it doesn't budge, not even a bit. It feels pretty sturdy.
Perhaps it is locked on the other side in some way.
I believe that this door probably swings towards us. It is a
Good.
pull, not a push.
Try it.
Is there anywhere to grab on to it, do I feel like?
Not on the side, no. It's like almost flush with the stone. It's made camouflaged enough to where it looks almost like the wall, but not enough for a look-in.
I believe we are on the opposite side of which it opens.
Could be.
I don't believe we can open this door.
If my senses are right, I think maybe that might lead towards the tunnels that we came from, too. Could be wrong.
Who's the chance? Can I go up to the rope bridge and just give it a little bit of a shake to see if it's sturdy?
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check as you move over to the rope bridge.
20.
All right. Well, you notice it just in time as a rock comes flying from the opposite end. So the rope bridge goes across about 30 feet of this large chasm that just goes down into darkness as this rushing inky black water just falls down into this large 30-foot chasm or hole that just goes beyond your dark vision. You can tell that
Beyond it?
yes.
So
It just
more than 300 feet down?
yes, more than 300 feet down.
Wow.
Wow.
As you get to the rope bridge on your left is a cliff that looks like there's a small hole in the wall there that goes into another space or room. And on the other side is a small ledge that this rope bridge connects to, and you can see another tunnel that just goes in and then curves out of your vision. So I need you to go ahead and everyone roll initiative here in a second as I put you in this space. As
Something threw a rock at me?
you are being assaulted by a rock currently.
Rocks.
I already know what it is just because they're throwing damn rocks.
We're pretty
At this
used to
point,
them
we've
throwing
been
rocks
pelted
at us.
with enough rocks.
These look like
No.
familiar rocks.
Damn it.
And you said the chasm is 30 feet wide?
Yeah, you'll see in just a moment.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my jump. I don't think I can't jump.
I did initiative before the token.
Can't jump that far. I
No,
don't
you're fine.
think.
No, you can probably jump, what,
20.
20?
20.
I could jump. Hold on.
Your strength score. It's your strength score is how far you can jump.
Yeah.
As
Well,
long as
with
you
my
move- as long as you move 10 feet.
well, a level 3 thief or level 3 thief also can add their dexterity modifiers to that as well.
That's not bad. You can probably jump just as far as I can, or pretty close.
So altogether, I could jump 17 feet if I get a 10-foot head start or a 10-foot lane start.
All right, I'm putting you all where I believe you are currently. some reason your token's are really big. Maybe because I changed that earlier. Do you guys see the map yet?
No.
See who's controlling this? Because I updated your tokens to your Beyond 20.
Hmm.
Do you see the room there? The black space, at least?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see the black square.
You guys go ahead and try to drag your tokens on there. In like the upper right corner.
I did it. I'm not seeing anything though.
Not seeing anything.
Yeah. If I hover over where I placed it, I see
Uh-huh.
like I can,
Yeah,
I
I can
can
select
move
my
it.
token.
but I
And
can't
move
see
it.
anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that-
Let me see if your tokens have vision then.
I'm gonna grab some water while you figure that out.
Yep, go ahead. Because I did change them. All right. Yep, that was the problem. Just give me a moment, guys.
Should have saved.
Yeah, it didn't.
Yeah.
It saved everything but the vision.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have my health and my armor class are correct. But
And it's weird, your sizes are different than the grid.
that might have been because you did it on the. Did you do them on the map?
Maybe.
Because I've done that before too.
Yeah.
If you do it on a map where it doesn't have a grid necessarily.
Maybe that's what it was. It's weird. All right.
20.
Do you guys have vision now?
Yes, I do.
how do I put my token onto the map?
You're on the map,
You're on the map right now.
Oh, then I don't see anything then.
upper
You-
right hand corner. Just in case.
All right.
All right, I can see now.
You can
hold on.
see.
Oh, there you go. All right, there you go.
Gotta reset it.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Do you guys see? So this was the door you were trying to push on right there.
Okay.
And that's where Alokian is, checking out the bridge. Alokian, this is where you see that creature throwing a rock at you.
Okay.
And I will go ahead and start a couple things on initiative order, and you guys roll your initiative as well.
Yes. Wow, are they rolling zeros or are you just?
I'm just adding them right now. Yeah, because
Okay.
they're not rolling 0, I promise.
I was like, wow, dude, how do you roll so many zeros?
They're so bad. I'm ready. Kill some kobolds.
What? Kobolds? No way.
No way.
I like what they did with kobolds in 5e for a playable race.
Hmm.
They didn't make them useless. They're actually, they're like a viable choice.
Yeah.
Actually, they're really
actually-
strong.
They make really good rogues.
All right, everybody on there?
Indeed.
So we have this
And you're missing
guy.
Kaz.
Oh, yeah, I
Oh,
did not
yeah.
put Kaz on there. Might do something.
Throw firebolts the whole time.
Yeah, like I don't use all his spells. Well, whatever you guys think he would cast, just go ahead and have him.
That's probably what I would just say he probably will do is just
It's
for a
probably gonna be firebolts.
the whole time.
Yeah.
Just so we don't get him up in the fray and get him murdered, like
Absolutely.
either just have him in the back.
Yes,
and-
he's gonna stand behind people and he's gonna cast fireballs.
well,
More
I mean,
than
if
likely.
I don't know what other spells he has. If he has any other spells, I guess we don't know. What is? He's cast fear. He's cast shield. I don't know what spells.
I think
What about-
he did shocking grasp, right?
Shocking
Let's
Grasp.
go ahead and go at the top of the initiative order, where I have a kobold that is gonna move forward and
Cool.
squeeze along that edge there on that cliff face. As you can see, that southern part of that cliff face kind of connects to that eastern part there. So you can squeeze across there, but it's very thin. The same with your side as well. It's pretty thin there, probably only a couple feet, but you can try to traverse it if you want, or you can go across the bridge. Here is that rushing water that's coming out of a hole in the wall or something.
Gotcha.
And yes, that hole goes down beyond your dark vision. You can hear the water cascading across the stony wall, but it does continue on into darkness, and you don't hear it crashing into like the ground or anything below.
Just the fact that it's further than 300 feet is terrifying.
Yep.
I
So-
prefer not to go down this hole.
That kobold moves there, and he'll go ahead and roll an attack against you. An 8, as the stone hits the rock wall behind you and clatters down the hall in front of Corvin. That kobold is now done. Corvin, you hear the clatter of a stone hitting the wall behind Alokian as Alokian ducks. The stone smashes against the wall behind him. What do you
Did
do?
you add
Okay.
Kaz yet?
Oh, no, I need to add him real quick.
Funny. Oh, hello, Kobold. 20. Oh, I really don't want to go on that bridge. Not when they have turns coming.
Mm.
Where's that bridge?
Kaz is currently, I believe, at 1 hit point, right?
No, because he did a
Oh,
prayer healing.
yep, he's at 11.
Oh, maybe I should wait and see. Oh, I'm trying to decide what I want to do. Sorry, I'm waiting for you. Oh, he would have gone first.
Would you like Kaz to go before you?
Sure.
All right.
Go back up here.
Kaz will move. Squeeze there between Alokian. You can see that kobold, so he'll go ahead and try to firebolt.
Firebolt away.
And the flames blast across that kobold's scales. He hits it. It scorches the kobold, but the kobold seems to be resistant to some of his fire damage. Unfortunately, though, he does not die from that blast. It does damage him a bit. The kobold screeches across at you and looks back and begins to say something in his hissing language. That's the end of his Kaz's turn. Actually, let's see. You will pull back so that way to there.
Goodbye.
Yeah, so that way you guys can get by.
How sturdy does this bridge look as I'm coming up to it?
Make a perception check.
Oh dear lord. 5.
It doesn't look like it's heavily damaged. The wood looks like it's fairly new, like this is a newer addition to these tunnels. It definitely looks off compared to the rest of it because everything else has looked old. This looks like it's fairly new.
20, 25, 30. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and spin my action.
As you do begin to rush across the bridge, it bounces vicariously as you're moving across. Go ahead and, if you're going to double move, go ahead and make an athletics or acrobatics check as you're rushing across the bridge, as it is
Okay.
bouncing around.
Athletics 22.
And easy enough, very skillfully, you rush across the bridge to the other
Get
side.
right there. Say hello, kobold friends.
And they
What
hiss
did
at you as you rush across. That one right in front of you begins to pull a blade.
Yes, yes. All right, that's my turn. Wish me luck over here, boys.
All right.
You'll be fine.
It is now this kobold's turn. Seeing Corvin rush across, it will make attack against him with a stone. Okay. 23 AC.
It's
You take 2 points of damage as a stone clashes across your armor behind you. It's almost near your spine, hitting your muscles in your back, tightening them up, but not too bad. Belkin, it is now your turn.
Yeah, let's see here. Can't really see anything. 5, 10, 15, 20. Let's see if I can see anything. Oh, yeah, I can see a kobold. Let's see. I can see. I'll try to shoot the kobold to the right of Corbin.
To the right? Okay.
you see the one to the left of me? Probably not.
I always see the one too, right? So.
Oh, okay.
There is a bit of a wall jutting out there. As
I
that
should have went to the other side. Maybe.
So I'll go with bow and arrow or a short bow. Oh, come on, do your thing. 11.
11. 11 does hit the kobold. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow.
No, it does not. He ducks out of the way barely as it just bounces off his scaly shoulder.
Yeah, well, make sure I'm not blocking nobody. I shouldn't be. I should. Can I move one space that can I squeeze in the space ahead of me?
Sure, yeah, you can squeeze into that space.
Alright, cool. There.
Lokian, it is now your turn.
Okay. I will spend my movement and my action to dash. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
So you're trying to rush across as well. Go ahead and make me
Yeah.
either athletics or acrobatics as you're rushing across.
They're both terrible. 12.
All right.
Loki.
You make it across. Fine enough. You're holding on to the ropes. It doesn't slow you down too much as you're running across. Your weight making the rope bridge, just kind of bounce and bounce. It's a little scary.
And I will use. I didn't look down the whole time.
I was about to say, if you're looking down, it's definitely scary. It means you can see that it goes beyond your 300 feet vision.
I will use my bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh,
Uh,
one other thing I forgot to mention is you look up and this hole continues upward about 70 feet and opens to the sky.
Oh. Okay. So there's like a water source above us that's pouring into it?
No, the water source is
Oh.
down here, but this hole opens to the
Oh,
surface.
there's. So the whole
so there's
parallel
daylight?
with the.
Yes.
Ah. Okay. Still casting spiritual weapon.
Yep.
Um,
Where would you like it?
I would like it right next to this kobold, just floating above. Like, because I know that's a pretty tight edge there, but spiritual weapons obviously float.
Yep.
So
You sure do.
it'll be, parallel to him, so it can still whack him, but it'll be floating there.
Whack 'em.
And you guys see as the Lokian kind of turns back and sees this kobold on the edge over there. He puts out his arm and kind of gives it a flick, and a spiritual weapon of kind of looks like a mace, like a spiked mace,
Mm.
but it also has thorns wrapped all around it,
Nice. I like it.
as to represent Ilmater.
Amazing.
And
All right, we'll have to get another token for you, but for now we just use.
I don't.
You can.
When you cast a spell, you can make a mini
Yes, it gets attack.
spell attack. So it gets to attack right off the bat. Okay.
Yeah, same turn. Yep, same turn cast.
Ooh. Then it shall swing at that kobold. 11.
11 misses. It dodges out of the way of the spiritual weapon.
Okay. And that is my turn.
All right. This guy. The one over by your spiritual weapon will... Doesn't like that it's being assaulted by this strange magic. It'll go ahead and make a ranged attack against you, Alokian. A 10 versus your AC.
No.
The stone just goes clattering across the wall nearby, but not quite hitting you. And it will disengage from your weapon. Further into whatever space is there. Alright, this guy. The one that's pulling the blade right in front of you, Corvin, will... He'll try to attack you. There's a 21 hit your AC.
Yes.
You said yes? Alright. Its short blade carves across through your armor, piercing through your armor and chain for 4 points of damage. He gets a pretty good strike on you. And it will also try to disengage into the room further in the tunnel ahead of you.
Is it disengaging?
It is
or
disengaging, yes.
Okay, so I don't get my attack of opportunity.
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
And this
Okay.
one. You hear the hissing sounds of a voice coming from the room further in. Both Alokian and Corvin. But nothing else comes out of that area. And this one will peek around the corner, sling a stone at you. Alokian, you have your shield, right?
I have a shield equipped, yes.
Alright, it won't attack you. He's going to actually try to hit Corvin. Aiming for your head. But I don't think a 13 hits your AC, unfortunately. It just goes whizzing by. Hits clacks against the ground behind the wall behind you. It is now Kaz's turn. Kaz will move forward and do, I guess, another firebolt.
He also has Toll the Dead.
Oh, he'll do
If you
Toll
He
the...
remember
does have
that.
told
Yeah,
it.
he'll do
Yeah.
Toll the Dead.
He-
And that guy's
Well,
already
fire.
hurt. Yep.
Fire,
So Unfortunately, the Kobold beats his DC, which I believe was 16.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So he fights off the effect of
That's,
Toll the Dead, Kaz cursing behind the group of you under his
that's a
voice.
wise little kobold.
Yeah. Corvin.
Okay, Corvin will step up to this one and attack away.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, 12.
12 hits. Just hits.
Gosh, that was close.
The
For 15 damage.
All right. The kobold goes to duck low, and you follow him as you sweep your sword somewhat wide as you can around that corner, and your blade cuts through him, hitting the stone wall next to him, and he falls to the ground, lifeless in 2 pieces.
Ah,
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm gonna stay right there for fear of walking around to, but I know there's at least one other kobold there. Actually, I think I'll step forward.
Okay.
Seeing 2 of them in there.
Yes.
And I'm gonna move back.
Okay. Well, stay right there. It had a
Okay.
readied action
Yeah,
as
I'm afraid of that.
you come into its space and vision as it's beginning to finish its spell and releasing the magic upon you.
Okay.
If Roll20 will load.
nope. Not ever.
All right. A gout of flame comes from its hands, striking out toward you. 22 versus AC
I'll
is
hit.
a ray of fire.
Yeah.
Strikes you, burning through your armor. You take 8 points of damage from its scorching ray.
Okay.
Oh, it actually has 2 more bolts of fire coming at you. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die.
Does a 19 hit?
Yep.
Okay. All 3 scorching rays hit you.
Oof.
The next one is 11 points of damage. And then the last is 7 more points of fire damage.
Corvin is down.
Oh no.
Corvin peeks around the corner, and Alokian, you see a number of bolts of flame striking him in his chest, in his face, and in his stomach, burning him, and he falls to the ground. His armor clattering against the stone ground.
Okay.
All right. It is now the end of Corvin's turn. This kobold gets to go. So seeming that, let's see, it peek out again. This time it'll sling a stone over at Alokian. Well, can it actually attack your spiritual weapon?
I mean, it sure can try.
It's going to try, actually, from where it was. The scary magical weapon flying through the air at him. He doesn't like it. Does a 20 hit your spiritual weapon?
No.
I don't think it can be attacked. So it just passes through your divine magic.
Yeah.
And it like curses at it, hissing in its draconic language. That's the end of its turn.
Idiot.
They are intelligent, just he doesn't know about this magic. Belkin.
I can only see the guy that I attacked last time, so that's what I'm gonna do.
All right. Yeah, he's kind of huddled up against the wall there, slinging stones as best he can.
15
That hits.
for 9 piercing damage.
And your bolt strikes through its chest. It clutches the arrow, the bolt trying to pull it out, but then it takes its last breath and falls forward, down. You see his body just begin to tumble as bouncing off the wall. into the darkness beyond.
Now, how long is that bridge?
About 30 feet.
30 feet. I'm gonna take a bonus action dash and move beyond Avokian. Oh, wrong one.
Yeah, the bridge is 30 feet across.
Yeah. I still have movement and bonus action dash.
All right.
So. Hold on a second. This is hard with a tough pad.
A track.
Yeah. Not in front. I can't see anything. Oh, I see the Corvin's down.
Yep.
That-
Corvin
that-
is right there in front of you.
Yep. Actually, I'll move over one more. Can I move over one more? Nope, I cannot. I'll try to guard him. So I'll be by him.
All right. You want to get in his space?
Would that prevent anybody from picking him up?
Like a Locan picking him up?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, then yeah. Then I'll do that.
All right, I'll move you down into his space.
Okay.
You're small enough you can
Yeah.
stand next to his bleeding body. It's fine. All right,
That'll be my turn.
Locan, is now your turn.
Okay. I'm going to move to this spot and use Cure Wounds. So I'll kneel down to Corvin and touch his forehead with my fingertips. Ouch. Heal him for 11.
All right. Your eyes open again as adrenaline's still pumping through your body. No longer dying, but you're on the ground. You see Belkin kind of posed before you, trying to guard your body. And just behind you, Alokian, his hand moving away from your face.
And because I can't see the kobold that I was attacking with the spiritual weapon before, I will move my spiritual weapon 20 feet closer to us.
Okay. Let's see. Where would you like it?
Like over here somewhere. 20 feet
Yep.
this way.
Now,
You got
it does float through the air, right? So you can move it anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I just...
Yep.
As close as it can get to us within 20 feet, obviously.
Got it. All right. This kobold's turn. The one next to... So as you are, Belkin, now in that space, and Corvin, you've seen the caster blast you with some fire. He's adorned with a number of like different protruding bones all across his body. His scales look thicker and darker in some places. The red at the tips of each of his scales look more vibrant. He has a number of bony trophies kind of hanging from his neck and adorning his face and small horns. And he's still in the process of casting his next spell. Let's see, this guy's gonna go. The one that looks much fancier than the other barks a few hisses and chirping noises at the one just below him. This one pulls a blade and rushes up towards Belkin.
Oh no.
Does a 14 hit your AC, Belkin?
It does not.
All right. He tries to strike at you. You duck and dodge out of the way, parrying his attack. His turn is now over. He will go ahead and cast another Scorching Ray. This time, 2 at Belkin and one at you, Corvin, as you beginning to sit up. He saw you get healed. So Belkin, natural 20 and a 7.
Yes and no.
All right, 7 misses, and then at Corvin, he does it at disadvantage because you are prone. A 1.
Oof.
And the other one was, oh my goodness. Okay, the crit that's on Belkin.
Mhm.
One of the scorching rays strike you for 8 points of fire damage. As it scorches across your chest, you're trying to take cover behind the other kobold and the wall there, but unfortunately his aim is pretty good. Then he moves out of sight.
Okay.
All right, Kaz's turn. Kaz currently does not see anyone, so he will move across the bridge and do a ready action firebolt, or Toll the Dead, if he sees one of these guys. Toll the Dead, probably. All right. Corvin, another streak of fire just blasts over you and hitting the wall behind you as you duck, taking cover from your prone position but next to Belkin. What do you wish to do?
Corbin will stand up and kind of scoot around. Get right there, 5. So now down 15, 5, 10. Okay, so there's the sorcerer.
In this space that you're currently in, you see a number of crates, boxes, small chests in the corner, a number of gear, different things and sacks in this space, and much of it looks fairly new.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna come down here and see the sorcerer, and then I'm gonna go back around the corner to kind of protect myself from him, and I will,
Right?
will attack this. If
Fair.
I could have reached him, I would have went and attacked him. But if I can't reach him, I'm not gonna worry about it. I will go and attack this kobold
All right.
in front of me. Oh my gosh. 11.
And even though Belkin's there facing off with him, he does seem to focus on you as you pass him and then come back to fight him. And he just leaps over your greatsword as you swing low, trying to take out his legs, but also trying to maneuver the greatsword in this smaller space.
And then as a bonus action, I will go ahead and pull out a potion of healing and pop that.
Okay.
One left. A whopping 5 back. 2.
All right.
It'll be my turn. Gosh, I need extra attack. So bad.
This kobold comes to the corner there, taking cover as he's trying to sling another stone across, but Kaz gets his ready to action, so he needs to make a save, and unfortunately fails. He's not wounded. You can see that the kobold begins to hold his head with his other hand. He drops the stone for a second, and blood begins to pool out of the side of his face and his eyes, but he's not quite dead yet. That doesn't change what he's going to do, so he's going to pick up another stone from a pouch and sling it across at Kaz. And stone goes wide. The kobold can't seem to focus, but he'll take the rest of his action and go back. The rest of his movement. Belkin. You have a kobold in front of you trying to stab you, turning to Corvin as well, facing off with both of you. What do you wish to do?
I will take a disengage action to move away 1 space. And then I will fire an arrow at the kobold ahead of me.
Alright.
Yeah. 23.
That definitely hits.
for 18 damage.
18 points of damage. You strike the kobold with your arrow and basically almost lift him off the ground and pin him to the wall behind him, and he just slumps lifeless. The arrow breaks and he falls to the ground as well.
Nice. And then I will. Let's see what. Let's see here. Move 10 more. Still can't see anything. Move there. And I'll end my turn there.
All right. You do see that
Yep, I see him now.
creature begin also continuing to cast another spell. Alokin.
Okay. Seeing as no one can see me at this moment, or I can't see anyone, I would like to use disguise self to disguise myself as or change myself into a 6-foot kobold,
Okay, a giant kobold.
a rather large kobold, and then once I'm
Similar to these kobolds or a different variant?
no, I want to look like these guys,
Okay.
but just bigger.
Way bigger.
And then I will 5, 10, 15, 20 move to here,
All right.
and I will say, wait, friends.
Okay. Go ahead and make a persuasion check at disadvantage. You know what? Do it just a normal straight roll. It's your birthday.
Oh, yay! 14.
All right. He doesn't immediately go to do anything. Well, he's right after you, so is at the end of your turn.
And I'll use my bonus action to bring the
Spiritual weapon.
weapon 20 feet closer, but not in his line of view. I don't think it can reach that far, but
Okay.
just in case.
Yeah, 20 feet. We'll get it just right there. All right, its turn. It looks confused as you're talking, cocks its head, and then looks at the group behind you and says, "No!" in common, says a word of magic, and then disappears.
Oh no!
Go ahead and make a perception check as you're in there.
12.
All right. Yeah, he disappears. You can make an Arcana check to try to identify the magic as you watched him cast the spell.
Also 12.
All right, you're not quite sure what he cast. But I will give you that it looked like his magic was more innate than studied magic, like wizards cast. More of a sorcerer. Natural magic.
Okay. That's it.
All right. Kaz. I guess Kaz will continue moving in with the group of you. Unless you guys give him a different order.
No, he didn't see the guy disappear, right?
No. I think only you and Belkin, maybe?
Yeah, I saw him disappear.
All right. That's Kaz's turn. Corvin.
Corvin will 5, 10. Where did he go?
Disappeared.
Hmm.
You can make a
Would Corvin-
perception check if you want as you're looking around the space.
Natural one. Would Corvin know that, like, invisibility is a thing? Surely he would.
Roll an Arcana check.
Surely he would know at least that spell exists, right? Yeah. Gosh darn it.
I mean, you've heard rumors of powerful mages casting
Yeah,
invisibilities, but a lowly kobold, you're not quite sure.
So tell me, you can not allow it or allow it. Can I come into the room like right here and just do a? I just want to do a sweeping circle with my great sword, not trying to damage anybody. Like I know it's like I'm doing it almost slowly, so it's not gonna hurt anybody. But I'm trying to see if he is in here, basically.
Okay. So I'll either allow you to make an attack against one square at disadvantage, or basically with your greatsword, that would be I'll give you a perception check to attack, kind of like just swing in a wide circle around there.
Because I'm not necessarily trying to damage anybody. I'm just trying to find him.
And
Almost
that,
using it as a
or that would be probably investigation.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
Those are all bad options for me.
So
Okay.
either attack a square at disadvantage or
I'm gonna
investigation all around you.
attack this square at disadvantage.
Go for it.
13.
All right. You swing your sword. Woof, woof. Doesn't touch anything.
Gosh, darn it. That was my turn.
All right. And this guy will. Okay. And he is done. Belkin, you see Corvin in the next room swinging his great sword in random spots, not connecting with anything quite yet, asking where did he go?
Let's see. I will, as a bonus action, I will open up my pouch of ball bearings and make a 10-foot square area of 1,000 ball bearings.
Oh, goodness. Okay, where would you like them?
That choke point above me.
Okay. So those two squares where the weapon is and the one right
Yeah.
above you?
Yeah.
All right. And thousands of tiny metal balls comes pouring out of Belkin's pouch and covering the ground behind the group of you.
And then I will move here, and I'll lay attack action if I notice any of the ball bearings being moved or disturbed.
Got it.
Anyway.
A Lokian.
Okay. I will use Furbolg magic to try
Robo
and
magic.
detect magic to see if I can see some sort of aura of magic where he might be.
Okay. I'll let you know how I run detect magic against invisibility. Invisibility protects against that sort of magic, so you can change your action if you want.
Yes. Yes, I would like to. You know, I'll just spend my action pleading to him if he's still around. Friends, please come. Friends, it's okay.
Go ahead and roll another persuasion check at disadvantage as Corvin's smashing square areas, swinging his sword wildly in the space.
6. Very persuasive.
You're not quite sure you're winning him over, being a 6-foot-tall kobold and your friends attacking in the area.
That's fair. Yeah, and the spiritual weapon will stay where it is.
Okay. All right. His turn.
Actually, yeah.
All right. Kaz's turn. What would you like me to do?
So detect magic does not work.
No.
I don't know what other spells he has.
Just be ready in case he shows up.
Does he have fairy fire? No, I don't think he does he?
No.
Somebody has fairy fire.
I do, but you still have to see the. Like, it's not gonna do any good.
Doesn't it do it in an area?
It's an area.
Yeah, it's an area.
Yeah, 20-foot cube, so I'd have to be.
You have to have an idea and hope he's in one of those squares.
I mean, a 20-foot cube would like cover this entire area.
Yep.
That we're in right now. Like,
It would.
I guess I'll probably hold an action or something. I don't know all his spells. That's
He'll
the problem.
hold the Toll of the Dead.
That's fair.
Do you want him to stay there or move somewhere else?
Probably stay there.
All right. He'll
Try to
hold
cover that exit as
Yep.
best he can.
Toll of the Dead right there.
All right.
Corvin.
Despite his rage, will breathe, and he's going to hold an action. He's going to hold his Drain Essence attack.
Ooh,
until he
okay.
until he sees this creature.
All right.
That'll be his turn.
This guy will...
Jump off the cliff.
Yeah, we kind of ditched that kobold.
Yeah.
We don't have time for you.
Oh.
Goodbye.
They don't
Yeah.
work.
All right. Let's see if he can do this.
He's going to come up behind and slip on all the blueberries.
Oh, I hope so. That'd be great.
All right.
Smith against the rock and die.
Belkin, your turn.
I think you can call him. So, Belkin wants to start checking out is that actual chest right there in the corner to the right?
Yes.
Belkin wants to check that out.
Okay.
He thinks combat's over.
You got it. So Belkin moves over and begins to examine the chest. It does have a lock on it. Belkin, do you wish to unlock it?
Guys,
Yeah, actually, I could do that as a bonus action, I believe.
All right.
Let me see. Pretty sure I could do that. As
You're right, Cordell?
I just remembered something. I have an idea.
Let's see, fast hands. Oh, crap. Anyway, yeah. Yep, I couldn't as a bonus action. I could do that. Anyway, yeah. These souls, dexterity, right?
You want to try to open it? Unlock it?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll. Yeah.
Cool. We can try to pad it, man. Yes. Uh, 27.
All right. Belkin kneels down and unlocks the lock that is there, and then you hear a loud ting as a piece of metal goes flying off the side of the chest, and another set of white powdery dust goes poof around Belkin. Go ahead and make a Constitution save, Belkin.
I hope the kobold is within range of that too, so he has to.
He's
He's
just covered in
poisoned,
baby
too.
powder.
Yeah, is he covered in it? Oh.
Hold
hard is it?
on. I get another try at that.
Oh, you're lucky.
15.
All right. Belkin begins to cough and sneeze, and at first it looks like he's unable to breathe, but after a moment he shakes his face. All the powder goes flying off of him.
Making baby powder.
And you fight off the effect of suffocation. And
No breathing.
Yep. All right. Alokian.
All right. Alokian will cast Fairy Fire in a 20-foot square, basically centered around Corbin.
Gassy.
Just try to fill up as much of this area as possible.
Okay, so let's see. Maybe we'll mark this out real quick.
Okay, so good.
Yeah, it would basically cover. I mean,
Yeah.
'cause this is 20.
So you're thinking something like that?
Yeah.
So where
Yeah.
Belkin is.
It'd be even. Yeah, it'd be even a little bigger than that.
Yeah.
Even.
Does that mean I'm covering like a fairy fire now?
Well, everybody in that space needs to make a save.
Yes.
What's your DC?
Dex of 14.
All right.
15.
No Fairy Fire for you.
26.
No Fairy Fire for you.
All right. Nothing appears in that space as it's the green divine light engulfs the area there.
This
You
stupid-
should
Okie
go
dokie.
on.
He must be gone. It must not be
He must be
invisibility.
gone.
We're all just.
Oh.
Either or he went invisible and took off. Or something.
Chasing ghosts.
Yeah.
Surely.
As you say that, he must be gone. A blast of fire engulfs Alokian and Kaz as the creature reveals himself.
Sick.
You gotta put him back on our layer. Right
Oh, wow.
there.
Ah,
And fire bursts from his hands. You both need to make dexterity saving throws.
Yeah, 20.
Ooh, the Kaz didn't make it.
no, no. Did
Oh,
you
no.
kill Kaz?
Kaz might be dead. He has like no health left. 11.
All right.
Sure, we used up so many resources just for this one stupid kobold.
One. I,
You know
I
what,
have
I was-
one level 1 spell
You know what
left.
I was gonna do? I was gonna throw gold, like the other kobolds.
you were
thought
gonna
about that.
throw gold?
Yeah, because I assumed it worked on the other kobolds. I don't know if it'd work on this one because he's probably smarter.
Yeah.
but-
All right.
You know who?
A
You know
Lokian.
who picked it up? Belkin.
You are able to roll out of the way of about half of the damage as you take 6 points of fire damage as you try to take cover behind some of the crates nearby. But unfortunately, Kaz is too surprised as he falls to the ground and is unable to get his ready to action.
Hmm.
Let's
He's
just kill-
unconscious.
Let's just kill Andrew's character.
He
real quick.
is unconscious. And then the
Okay.
Kobold,
What you say, he disappears.
nope, he moves into the space of Kaz and then disengages, or tries to, past Belkin's trap. Let's see if he can make it past.
DC of 10.
And he easily steps and dodges out of the way of the ball bearings on the floor. Let's see. He's gonna go.
I need his health. That's my thing. I'm trying to get him so I can get my health.
Give me your life.
Give him your life.
Basically.
And he is done. Kaz needs to make a death saving throw. Do one of you want to roll or you want me to roll?
I'll roll.
Ooh, it's on you.
15.
All right. He passes the first death saving throw. Corvin. as
Okay.
dancing green flames are all around you. The kobold revealed himself in his position of hiding and then rushes past Lokian and Kaz. What do you do?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So what do I have to do to get past his ball bearings?
A DC 10 dexterity save. This is gonna be great.
Yeah,
Oh, he
You-
barely made it. He barely
You
made
do one of those where you put your hands out, you're holding your sword, trying to balance. You slip on a couple of them, but you catch yourself. Barely get past his ball bearings.
If, um,
Okay.
That one song, the
Yes.
Okay. I can just barely see this guy.
You see him.
Oh man, I'm gonna regret something, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna regret it. But,
no regrets. Come on.
regrets. I'm going to cast a spell on this fool. Oh, it's a bonus action. Oh, that's awesome. It's a bonus action. Let me make sure. Sorry, let me read it. All right. First, I'm going to throw a javelin at it.
Awesome. Throw a javelin at him.
To start, since it's a bonus action. Oh my gosh. 11.
He ducks out of the way of your
This has been a
javelin. It
horrible
clatters
night
against
for-
the wall behind him and falls
Yeah.
into
Goodbye,
the
javelin.
chasm.
Bye,
And then I'm going to
javelin.
cast, as a bonus action, Compel Duel on it.
Ooh.
All right.
It needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
I'll say the creature is drawn to you, compelled by your divine demands for the duration, has disadvantage on attack rolls against any other creatures. It must make a
Other than
wisdom
you.
saving throw each time it attempts to move.
More than
to
30 feet away.
It's more than 30 feet away from you.
Okay. And the spell ends if you attack any other creature. If you cast a spell and target a hostile creature other than target. If a creature friendly to you damages the creature or casts a harmful spell on it. Okay, so if anyone else damages it or attacks it as well.
Basically, we'll have to make another wisdom saving throw if it tries to move 30 feet away from me.
All right, you cast your spell on the creature. Hopefully it takes hold and keeps it focused on you. Go ahead and roll an insight check as you cast the spell on it.
Oh, 6.
You're not quite
Right.
sure if it's.
God.
Well, do you know if the spell is taking hold or not? It doesn't say. So I'm gonna say you're not quite sure.
When I keep concentration, if it doesn't, I don't know. That's kind of you as a DM question.
I would say that you would keep concentration just in case it did.
In case it did.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
Belkin.
probably gonna kill me.
Yeah.
What it's gonna do.
I will go over. Kaz is still down, right?
Yes.
I will go over here. I don't think I see him.
All right. As you move into that space, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Yep. Watch me fall on my own fucking thing.
Soon. Not soon, really.
21.
Oh yeah.
My
You're just fine walking across the ball bearings.
Yep. I can't really see anything, so I'll hold that attack action if I see
Alright.
him.
Alokian.
Okay. Doing my clerical duties, I will kneel down and use my last spell slot to cure wounds on Kaz. For 5.
All right.
He's not
Kaz.
dead.
Kaz is not dead. And awake, lively once again.
Then I will move here, and I assume to finish I will have to try and DC 10 this dex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
And you move across the ball bearings just fine as well.
You probably crush something with your big ass foot.
All right. So I see this guy.
Do it, Joey. Do it.
And I will move.
Ruin Cornell's move.
I wasted my spell.
Yeah, but I don't know that you cast it.
I know.
Oh, I know,
no,
yeah.
that's good. You don't.
I'll move the spiritual weapon.
And
Actually,
I'll tell you, it did take hold. So he's turning around to face you now, Corbin.
The spiritual weapon, I assume, can move to like here, just floating,
Yep.
not on the bridge, but floating next to it, adjacent to him,
That's fine.
and it'll.
Oh, it might miss though. We've missed so many attacks tonight.
Yeah, it very well could miss.
I guess if you hit though, it's still positive because at least we're doing damage to this stupid thing. I just really want to grab it by its face and
Nope, it misses.
Unfortunately, the what does it look like again? Your spiritual weapon?
A spiked mace with thorns wrapped around it.
Yeah, this mace swings wide. You're trying to make sure it doesn't strike the actual bridge as well. So you swing high and he ducks under the attack.
And that is my turn.
All right. The kobold looks back at the group of you. You leave now, he says, and hisses in common as best he can. And he's pointingly saying it at you, Corbin, as 3 more
Oh my gosh,
small
how many skill slots does he have?
bolts of fire shoot out toward you, seeming a very powerful kobold.
He-
Does
he-
a 14 hit?
No.
He's the final boss.
24
of the whole campaign.
Yes.
and a natural 20 does.
Oh my god.
And he could quit like a. He could quit.
Apparently he can.
Oh my god.
I'll do the natural 20 first, just in case.
So tell me. Never mind. Actually, yeah, I'll just do it because I'm about to die. After the first attack, can I use a reaction before the second one hits? It's up to you.
Sure, because they're each a different attack, so I'll allow it.
Okay, so roll the first one to make sure I don't just die outright. Whatever the first attack was.
Okay. My goodness.
Sorry, I just don't want to. I want to play it all out in order.
Yeah, I understand.
We're just gonna spend another spell slot, guys. So
Yeah, I don't have any left. You shouldn't either.
I should.
23 points of fire damage
No,
from the
I'm
first
dead.
strike.
Yeah, I'm dead. 23 points of fire damage.
It was a crit, and it's 3d6.
Corvin's down, so never mind. I won't waste my spell slot.
All right. And the effect of your spell would drop, and he would target someone else with his other attack at that point. So a Lokian does a 24 hit you.
Yes.
God, Scorching Ray.
Yes.
I never use Scorching Ray.
And you are going to take a Lokian 10 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And being the spell is no longer taking hold, and he doesn't have to focus on Corbin. He's going to continue on what he was doing before and begin to move away.
Son of a bitch.
And get to there as he's beginning to head towards the tunnel in the wall where the water's coming from. All right. It is Kaz's turn. Kaz will stand and then move. He can't get very far. Oh, he's going to make that dexterity save. Let's see if he makes it. Yep, he does. I don't know what other spells he has. Let's see.
You could just toll the dead, honestly. Oh,
I'm going to say he's going to get in melee with it.
Okay.
and-
I was gonna
and
say, I think he
I'm-
has magic missile, doesn't he?
If you want him, I'm assuming he would.
I don't think he did. I don't think he's
Okay.
taken it.
I don't
Well,
know.
we'll
Just
just
be
say that
honest.
he'll do his blade singer thing, pull his blade, or he probably already had it out, and he's going to make a charge attack across the thing. So let me make an acrobatics check for him. Oh yeah, he makes it fine. And then he'll make a melee attack against the kobold. All right, that hits. What weapon does he have? Let's see here. Oh yeah, he has his
Same as a longsword, I think.
yeah wakizashi. So a d6 plus 3. Who wants to roll it? Want me to roll it?
Yeah.
Go for it.
He does a decent amount of damage as he carves away some of the scales across the back of the creature as it's trying to get across that small ledge there. And it is now Corvin's turn. Death saving throw, Corvin.
Here comes the natural one. 19.
You pass. Belkin.
I will move up to Corbin. And I actually do have a healing potion, so I'll stuff it down throat.
All right.
Do I roll it or does he roll it?
You can roll it.
Okay. It's 2d4, right? 2d4 plus 2?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. There we go. 5. Plus 2, so 7.
Your body's fairly scorched, Corvin, from the attacks from this kobold, but you're alive again because of due to your companion's actions. Do you want to move any further, Belkin?
Not really.
All right.
But I can't see anything otherwise. So yeah. I'll move up to ahead of Corbin.
All right.
Hopefully I can see something. Actually, that's fine.
Yeah, that's a good spot on the ledge there. You don't really have to. You have not enough space there. That you're fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Loken.
Okay. I will
Wait,
attempt to
what are you doing?
shoot out a sacred flame at this kobold.
Roll your attack.
Take the flame.
It is a dex of 14 save.
All right. And he fails.
Nice.
Okay. So he will take 4 radiant damage.
I feel like that's the first time we've hit him.
Well,
No,
Kaz just
Kaz
hit
is
him.
him.
Kaz just hit him.
Oh, well, other than that, I have
Yeah,
to,
there's turn my man the
Let
first time.
hit him
Yeah.
other than that one time.
Do you wish to move your
Yes.
spiritual weapon forward to make attack against him?
Yes. I sure would.
I love spiritual weapon. That's my favorite crit spell.
It has been a horrible night.
And unfortunately, the spiritual weapon swung wide.
What is happening?
Do you want to? Do you want to move at all?
Yeah, I would have jumped down this fucking hole. No. Oh, fuck.
Clouds squeaking underneath your clothing.
The fucking cat. Dude, release the cat. Release the Tressum.
All right. Its turn. It will try to disengage from Kaz and leap to the stone ahead of him. All right. And he lands there. He will shoot another fire, this time at Kaz.
Oh, jeez.
This is only one bolt to fire this time. A firebolt, which
Firebolt.
I believe hits Kaz. I
I
don't.
think he has 18 when he has Bladesinger up.
Yep. Yes.
I think it's the same as me.
Still hit him. I rolled pretty good. And then Kaz is already damaged. I don't think he has any resistance to fire. Everyone can see Kaz fall to the ground again.
But he does have shield if he's able to cast it.
I know he used it twice already.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure
you
if
could
he
have-
has it again.
He would have one more slot.
Okay.
Like a third level wizard has 3 spell slots.
And
That's not right.
shield would not help him in this.
Okay.
I don't think.
Mark
So
the slot anyways.
so Kaz falls to the ground.
My God.
Sweet.
That's a cute poppers. Is it a pity?
Yeah.
All right, and that is the end of the kobold's turn. Kaz, someone roll a death saving throw for Kaz, please.
Want me to do it again? Or someone else want to do it?
You're not
We'll
doing
take
yours
turns.
anymore. It doesn't matter. Anyone.
There you go.
All right.
17.
One pass death saving throw. Corvin.
Corvin stands up, depressed. It slowly walks out here. Slowly pulls out a javelin,
Do it.
throws it at this stupid kobold.
All right.
Deserves to die.
Defeated.
21,
That hits.
6.
He
And
takes-
that's
He takes
lowest
6.
damage I can roll.
He takes 6 points of damage as it pierces him on his back. He's trying to get onto what looks like handholds as he's standing on the stone that's on the wall to climb further into this tunnel that this water's just gushing out of. Let's say he's going to have to make a acrobatics check to make sure he doesn't fall. Yeah, he seems fine from the damage there. Anything else, Corvin?
Nope, that's his turn.
All right, Belkin, your turn.
Short bow.
I'm not trying
This
to
is
design. I'm not trying to design
Your
encounters
favorite.
to depress you guys.
I'm just
This
messing-
is my
it,
favorite encounter of the
it
campaign.
has not
so
been.
far.
It hasn't been your encounter. It's been our roll.
I know the rules.
Wow. 9. Okay.
We could. Yeah. look
He
at this,
dodges
we
out of
could've
the way.
killed this guy years
Hold on.
ago.
I just love that we've all expended all of our resources fighting a few kobolds.
I'm-
Hold on. I might be able to do something.
Anything
Hmm.
else?
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
I'll move.
I could do it. Okay, cool.
Are you gonna move?
I will move up ahead of Corvin, and then as a bonus action, I will throw a vial of acid at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do not drip that on the ropes.
Whoops.
Don't roll a 1, he's
Natural
saying.
one.
Don't.
Natural one.
No
He's
promises.
He's got this halfling luck.
I don't know. At this point, I'm ready to make a new character. Corvin has failed me tonight.
Oh no.
No, I'm just kidding. It's really roll
Alright,
20.
Belkin's
so
gonna
it
turn
is
into
a
one of the cousin
it is
stories.
a improvised weapon. That means I get my dex, but not my.
Proficiency bonus.
Okay. 18.
All right. The vial of acid explodes across the back of the kobold. Go ahead and roll your damage for the acid.
2d6. Let's go. 11.
Nice.
All right.
That's a lot of damage.
The kobold slips and falls as the acid begins to burn across his back. He falls into the water and shunted down into the chasm.
Yay!
Finally,
He almost got
Corbin.
away.
Corvin jumps in after him.
Oh no. And I think for tonight, that's what we're end it.
Yeah, we went
Okay.
way past our usual.
Yeah.
It was
stuff.
fun, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I hope
fun.
you guys enjoyed it. That was a good little encounter. But much more
That
to
was
come.
way harder
That was crazy. We could have killed him so easily.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
he just rolled so
So,
bad.
Everybody out in the
He-
stream, y'all have a good night,
Evil, so then, yeah.
and we'll see you tomorrow. Or next Monday, not tomorrow. Next Monday.
Not tomorrow.
Next tomorrow.
I mean,
Next tomorrow. Good night.
next